years have come and gone since that day. How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one that stood alone against the storm. For the one they called. The warrior of light.
To run from my troubles. Until our friend returns, I will hold the line.
This town certainly has changed. I'm not at all for the better. I'm not going anywhere. I promise you, Infilia.
All right. Let's go ahead and get this party started, huh? Valheim. Your people need you. Alright, we're in a queue anyways. I gotta remember to queue up before the game starts, before the stream starts. Welcome back to the stream, Minus. How are you doing tonight? I think I saw Theodorex hanging out in the chat too. Who else is here tonight? It's so many like try to log off in a sanctuary if possible, gives bonus XP when you log back in. Yeah, that's why I logged out beside the crystal last time. Get the little moon symbol down here. That means you're getting rested XP, right? Yeah, see? There's a nice little chunk of bar. Cool beans. All this crap. Alright. So, we have so much to do tonight. So much to do. 5 billion things to do. Alright, we need to continue the main story. We need to continue the Thaumaturge's Guild. We need to work on my UI and stuff. I need to figure out how to make a new tab. Let's see. Let's call it like Star, because that's the name of the guild. Let's call it Free Company. Like FC chat. And then like, how do I edit what can be seen in here? Like, log filter. Oh, here we go. Filters for FC. Okay, here we go. I want Tells, Party, Free Company. I want a PvP team eventually. What's Alliance? Alliance is like a group of free companies or something, isn't it? Something like that. Link Shell? Crossworld Link Shell? Link Shells are parties? What are Link Shells? I forget. Link Shell is something from Final Fantasy XI, isn't it? System messages. I still want system messages. Rest of these I don't need in there, I don't think. For now. I want a chat that's just, you know, stuff actually directed at me that I might want to pay attention to that isn't going to be clogged up by like random BS going on around me or battle messages. There we go. Similar to free company chats. Okay. So Link Shell is just like a chat room that you can make that isn't tied to a free company, basically. Alright, so we got a quest to go deliver a message up here. That's the main quest. We've got a paucity for the Thaumaturge's Guild, which we just need to go turn in, I think. Okay. I think I'm going to time it to where we turn that in right as we're about to hit 15 so that we can just go ahead and pick up the next one at the same time. Should do all the Hall of the Novice from the Master Smith? Right. Alright, we should probably do that sooner rather than later. Alright, let's go ahead and head back to Ulda. We'll head back to Ulda. We can turn in the Thaumaturge's thing. We can go ahead and go talk to the Master Smith again. See about getting this XP ring. Maybe not in that order. Alright. Might need to be 15 for it? Okay. No, I did talk to the Master Smith before, and he just had a bunch of like tutorial messages, I felt like. Wasn't he in here? Did he move? Was he not in here? Earlier? I feel like I know somewhere he is later, but I haven't gotten to that point yet. What? Oh wait, the Smith. Here he is. Oh, the Smith. Destroy and bonus XP. Yes. New adventure or returner forms a party with the mentor. You get extra XP until level 20. That's cool. Alright, so yeah, he doesn't have anything for me right now. Level 15? Okay. Well, that would have lined up perfectly with my previous plan, but that's okay. We're here now. Let's go turn in the thaumaturgist thing. Right? Aha! You arrived before me, upright and breathing. Wonderful! It is so much simpler to pose questions to a student without having to resort to necromantic divination. Tell me, Alheim, what action would you take if you found your thaumaturgical endurance exhausted in the midst of battle? Run. Oh, most practical indeed. A discreet withdrawal to await the replenishment of your energies is a sound strategy, but should there be nowhere left to run, a vial of ether can be your stoutest ally. Ah, ether. The drought of the gods, we thaumaturges indeed. Anyone who practice the arts of arcane manipulation value this substance above all others. Thus, it was with unbridled fury that we received the most recent report of beastman activity. It seems an Al-Majah raiding party has attacked a caravan on the trade routes and made off with an entire crate of precious ether. The time has come for you to put your new knowledge to the test and annihilate these Al-Majah bandits. Retrieve the cargo of ether-filled vials. According to the report, their armored war transport was last spotted south of Drybone. Ah, and I believe Kokabuki has an additional request. While you're busy incinerating Al-Majah, be sure to collect some samples of their blood, assuming you can draw any from their smoking remains. Alright. So it wasn't done anyways. That kind of worked out. Hey, bless you! Welcome back to the stream. Is Barkus the name of your dog? If so, it's a good name for a dog. Alright. Let's see. Horizon. Gilded. I don't care about Gilded. Yeah, Drybone's an eastern Thanland. Alright, so let's go back to Blackbrush. We'll hit up this quest. And then head on over to Eastern Thanland to do the Black Mage thing. When we hit level 15, we can finish the Thaumaturge quest and head back to town to do the Smith thing. It's not the name of your wife! Not when you want her to like you, at least. Just passing through, what are you be staying a while? Got a letter for you, bud. Bafulapa sent you all the way here because of a late leather. Boy is still far too earnest. Despite my demotion, he continues to call me captain. I suspect he has no idea what it means to be transferred to Lost Hope either. The Brass Blades don't give a Kieran's a rise to this settlement. Kieran's arse. No one their Ulda does. All here have been forsaken, adventurer. The refugees, their protectors, and you will be too if you've seen associating with us. Thank you for the letter. Now, for your own good, leave. I mean, you clearly said me to leave, but you also clearly have quests for me, man. And you have gloves, so I have to say yes. I thought I told you to get out of here. What, looking for a chance to do some good? I guess I can't force you to leave. Damn stubborn adventurers, the lot of you. Fine then. Listen well. A band of outlaws has taken up residence at the Quivering Manse on the ridge of the south. Their leader has styled himself heir to Elland Quiverin, the syndicate member who died in the calamity. The Baron and his cronies are not more than a pack of jackals. They prey on the people of Lost Hope, robbing them of what little they have. I myself cannot act without endangering the refugees, as they know my face and will retaliate against Lost Hope. You, however, are not known to the bandits or their allies. If you wish to help us, then deal with the Baron. That I can do. Where is this Baron? Oh, over here. Okay. I want to ride my chocobo one day when I get high enough level. Okay. Look at all these jobs I need to learn, man. Heading to Dry Bone. It's cool. Doing on our hunter's log. Speaking of. These guys actually have some HP. I mean, not a lot, but like more than what we've been fighting. Alright, looks like we have a fate right on top of the quest we're doing here. And so we need to kill these guys for our hunter's log too. It's gonna be hard for a thaumaturge while the fate is happening. Nah, we'll be fine. Let's kill two birds with one stone. I'm gonna let him attack that guard, and I'm gonna go for the attendant. Actually. And you really just get your MP back almost immediately when you switch to Blizzard. So you basically have infinite MP on this class is what I'm seeing. Only class where most of your attacks cost 1,000 plus MP. Fair. And doing 1,600 a pop on this spell. Alright, let's go hit up the quest area. We turned in enough crates. He doesn't seem to be aggroing, even though he has a little thing on his head. That's your HP. Been interrupted, that's unfortunate. Crush your enemies. Oh, we still have potions if we need them. Bacon loot. Cool beans. Let's go ahead and go to Eastern Thanland while we're over here too. Any more of these in the clutch? Yeah, these guys, toxic toads. Probably a little bit higher level. Let's see. 14, we can do that. We'll be 14 as soon as we kill one. Oh, that's interesting. He sucks you in and then explodes. Or he jumps. Alright. You kill 3 of them. Well, she says no comment on the toad comment. That's fair. Sometimes you don't think about things before they come out of your mouth, you know? It's a family-friendly stream. That's right, it is. And you're the one making it dirty. I'm just talking about giant frogs, man. Level up. Mapping the realm. That'd be a challenge. Try and get all the achievements in an MMO. And that would take forever. There was someone who like got all the achievements in WoW, and like there was like an article about it. You know, like it's like good for you, man. There's more than one person who's done it at this point, I think. But like when the first person did it. It's like that's a lot. I can't even imagine what's involved in that. Like getting all kinds of rare drops, doing challenges on like ancient dungeons that no one runs anymore. You know? Speaking of achievements, so I've been looking into, you know, our up and coming games we're gonna play on the stream. And one of those is Final Fantasy IV, right? It's somewhat nearby. We're doing 2 now, 3's next, 4 comes after that, sure. So for 4, my main playthrough was planned to be the PSP version, because that's the version that I'm most interested in playing, and it includes like the after years, which is an extra like epilogue they added onto the game with the PSP release. But the DS version is also like super interesting. But it turns out that the Steam version is based on the DS version, so we could totally just play the Steam version and be basically playing the DS version. So if we were to play the Steam version, not only does it have all the things added in the DS version, like all the giant mechanical changes and everything, but also it has achievements. And I haven't looked at what they are yet, but like in general, I find Final Fantasy achievements tend to be like really good. But then like there's a couple outliers that are just like, what the hell, man? I was gonna get all the achievements, but then there was this one, you know? Create ether and the emulsion of blood too, and then, okay, so we already finished that. We finished that. No, we're good to go. We have to head back. Before we head back, though, we should go hit up the ether crystal here. Did I get to try Baldur's Gate 3? Only the very, very beginning of it. I loaded up the game. I made a warlock, and I did the first couple fights just to like play around with it, and I loved it like a lot. I am very, very much going to enjoy Baldur's Gate 3 when we do our 4-player co-op run. As soon as we can get me and Flame and Shadow and Deadshire all together, we're going to be working on that. And when the final game actually comes out and we have the whole game, that's going to be a lot of fun, guys. That's going to be a lot of fun. In your 2 months... Man, how much money do I have? Oh, well. 2 months playing Final Fantasy XIV, I have over 30 different titles. There are tons more you don't have yet, and some are ridiculous achievements in the game. Alright, cool. Possible goals, right? You know, with the way we're doing Final Fantasy XIV, where it's like sort of outside the list, right? Like, so we're working through the list in release order. Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Mystic Quest, 6, you know, etc., right? But 14 we're doing sort of outside the list. We're just doing it on Wednesdays and Thursdays. We do 14. We'll probably just keep it going like through the entire franchise playthrough. It's not like we're going to run out of content in 14, you know? Ul'dah is more preposterous than ever, some say. That may be true for the Syndicate, but none of that wealth has trickled down to the small folk. It's all Mummer's farce. One day I refused to play my part, so I was made to leave the stage. Aye, my time has passed. The brass blades of the rose must look to others for guidance. What do you say, bud? Ooh, that's a nice belt. As you may have noticed, I'm in no shape to leave the Lost Hope right now. So, in my stead, I'd like you to return to Horizon and give this dagger to Fufalupa. Although it's just an old ornamental dagger, it belongs with the brass blades of the rose. I should have given it to the boy before I came here. Alright. So back to Horizon, back to the Thaumaturgist Guild. How much is this teleport to Horizon? 180. Pretty soon we'll start getting enough money that I can teleport as much as I want. You know, right now it's like, oh my god, this is like an investment. We're about to hit level 15. And then we have some more things to do. Alright. Ah, Elheim, I received word from Captain Leofric the other day, and thank you for delivering the letter for me. Why do you have that dagger? Only a captain of the Brass Blades of the Rose is permitted to possess it. Captain Leofric says I'm to have it? There must be some mistake. Couldn't possibly mean to tell me that... No, of course not. I'm not worthy to wield it. Nevertheless, I shall respect the captain's wishes and take the dagger into safekeeping until he comes to reclaim it. You do you, man. There's level 15. Noob. Hello, Noob. Quite a name. Nufi Hokage. Got a Naruto fan over here. Hiro Hoshigaki. Alright. Well, we're just getting money from this quest. What we got here? Need to assist his fellow Brass Blades. 12,000 XP! The Brass Blades of the Rose have need of your assistance once more, Elheim. Thaumaturgists from the ossuary are presently surveying the footfalls for ancient relics. As the area is rife with wild beasts, the Horizon garrison has been charged with their security. But Captain Baldwin sent only a handful of Brass Blades. Despite his assurances to the contrary, such a small unit cannot possibly be sufficient to protect our patrons. I would have you offer your assistance to my comrades. Pray, travel to the footfalls and speak with Toruna. Alright. So we gotta head to the footfalls. But first, let's do some other stuff. For example, be in top 10 crafters in your world during a crafting competition that happens every few months. Oof, top 10, huh? Later on, places are so far away, it's 999 gil to teleport anywhere. Yeah, but later on, you're gonna be like swimming in gil, right? 999 gil will be no thing. If it caps out, that's even more gonna be even more true. All right, let's go to the Thaumaturgist Guild first, and then we'll go to the Thaumaturgist Guild first, and then we'll go to the Adventurers Guild and see about this Smith guy. Do I detect the scent of an ether? And I trust that stench is a Majavra blood. You know me so well, man. Oh, 10 vials, 20, 30! The sight of so much ether is so very comforting. What I need in Final Fantasy 2. 30 ethers. What have we here, Kokobani? Is this the crate that was stolen? I see Elheim's lessons have had the desired effect. I assume the vile, vicious liquid that you have there is Beastman blood. Kokabushi should be pleased. Kokabuki, you left word with me to visit the ossuary. Have you finally decided to begin my training in thaumaturgy? Ah, Kokabushi, good of you to come. Elheim here was kind enough to obtain a supply of Amaja blood for you. An alchemist acquaintance of mine explained how you had been using the substance in your research to create a mana-amplifying elixir. Naturally, we are most interested in the results of such experiments. So you see, Busi, your work as an alchemist already puts you in the position to work alongside us. You needn't become a thaumaturge to be part of our family. That's right, Busi. Besides, the battlefield is a dangerous place, and our skills are not exactly suited to keeping others safe from harm. I see. This is but another attempt to dissuade me from pursuing my true calling. I do not want to cheer you on from the safety of the workbench. I want to fight at your side. Usi, you cannot just stand the thought of being harmed. Wait, pray, do not do anything foolish. Elheim, if you're done here, I would speak with you further. The saving grace, and you can get Aetheryte tickets. Aetheryte tickets, huh? As I mentioned before, Kokobushi is dangerously unsuited to wielding thaumaturgy. Even with the proper training, he would be unable to evoke the smallest flicker of a flame. Were he to attempt to force manifestation of power, the strain on his woefully inadequate aetheric reserves would likely kill him. But I did not request your presence to discuss my brother's tragic circumstance. You have completed every trial set before you thus far. I believe you are sufficiently entrenched in the abyss of thaumaturgy that a sojourn to another guild will not unduly affect your studies. Within the walls of Ul'dah, you might find the Pugilists Guild trained at the feet of Humon Holyfist, or the crossblades of the First Sword Milla of the Gladiators Guild. Or should you tire from the demands of battle, there are guilds that offer instruction in the trades of weaving, goldsmithing, and alchemy. I believe there is even a guild that teaches mining, of all things. I should hope, of course, that thaumaturgy remains your first and foremost obsession. Do not absent yourself from us for too long, Elheim. You can now access the armory system, quests to unlock other classes. Yep. There exist myriad disciplines in Eorzea that adventurers can take up for the most rewarding experience. However, it is recommended that you first focus on mastering your current class. True facts. Alright. What of these do we want necessarily? Like, none of them, basically? Is this what we're wearing? Like, what's the... Is there... Okay. Is there a button for comparing it to, like, your current gear? Or do I just have to do this? This is literally what I'm wearing, isn't it? Yeah. I already have all of these. Let's see the money. Alright. Scathe deals unexpected damage with a potency of 100. Additional effect, 20% chance potency will double. Nice. Instant cast. 2.5 second recast. Cost 800. Interesting. And some good gear. Ooh, and materia slots. We can't even do materia yet, but like 4 materia slots. Damn. Come, Elheim, the yawning abyss beckons once more. Today, Kokobezi will instruct you with a chapter entitled The Threat of Superiority. As it was. You come for your lesson, Elheim? Then heed my words. The threat of superiority. Ah, how magnificent the intimidating power we wield. Flames sear the air, ice frosts the ground, and lightning flashes with blinding incandescence. But not all are cowed by our elemental fury. Ignite not your flames, summon not your ice, and strike not with your lightning. Know you this threat, and stay your hand against such foes. Once you cut away all overblown imagery, the passage draws attention to an important tactic. A wise thaumaturge does not engage in a battle against opponents she cannot defeat. A fine example would be avoiding conflict with Uldah's multitude of furious merchants. These soulless, ravening creatures are afflicted with the madness of insatiable avarice. Do you perhaps recall the crate of ether you retrieved from the Almajad bandits? Well, a number of irate peddlers have arrived at the guild with our gall to demand a recompense for the few measly vials we emptied at our just reward. Alright, yes, we drank the entire bloody box, but the point is, the guild cannot presently afford to pay such a sum. Thus I pass on to you the secret of my last and most potent defense. Shameless weeping. I am not speaking of a few tears here. I want you to stride right up to these tyrannical traitors and cry your eyes out. This is horrible, but I guess we have to do it. It's my only instant cast, but it's weaker than every other spell. Well, that seems useless, other than the fact that I can, like, instant cast it. A boo-hoo-hoo. Well, you needn't cry about a few vials of either, lass. I'll tell you what. You dry your eyes for me, and I'll take care of the loss of my own purse. Deadshire's making faces at me over here. I see you. Well, it keeps the from heating up in here. All right, miss. I know you're the one who chased down those Amajah brutes for us. I'll let it go this one time for your sake. We're just using our like feminine wiles here. We just cry at them until they give us stuff for free. It's not that. Oh dear, I'm not angry at you. You understand? It's those 5 adult brothers I take issue with. You tell them next time this happens, I'll have the price taken out of their unprincipled hides. That worked. A masterful performance, Elheim. The sniveling was a nice touch. You will, however, encounter foes who are not unmoved by such piteous wailings. Take this recent request, for instance, which I have nominated to serve as your next trial. A team of scholars has asked for a thaumaturge to destroy a cursed relic they unearthed known as Mormo's Urn. While pottery is, by and large, immune to tears, it is the Alacran thieves that subsequently stole it that concerned me. The Alacran are an organization of criminals not normally known for their gentle or understanding dispositions. Rather than attempting to engage an entire gang of their thugs, I would suggest you neutralize the threat of your person with a well-timed sleep spell. The Alacran have been seen traveling in the southeast of Drybone. Find them and destroy the urn they carry. Cool. My only instant cast, but it's weaker than every other spell. That just sounds horrible. Other than the fact that we can cast it on the move, I guess. Specifically for when you have to move. Gotcha. There was a thing that they had in WoW for like black mage mage types, which was like, I don't know if they have it anymore. They used to have it where like there was an ability you had that was on a cooldown, but like you triggered it, and then for the next like 10 seconds or 15 seconds, you could cast spells while moving. Like the bar would just keep filling up even though you were moving, and that was super useful. I loved that ability. Well, the mantle of adventure does not drape so awkwardly from your shoulders as it once did. But while questing alone certainly brings its own rewards, you haven't truly adventured until you've delved into some darkened dungeon, stalwart comrades at your side. Ancient ruins, echoing caverns, and all manner of deadly places lie hidden across the realm, and these are best conquered in the company of trustworthy allies. And such advice holds true for many a formidable foe that would crush a solitary adventurer. How one fights in a party, however, is often drastically different from how one fights alone. Thus, we did construct the Hall of the Novice, where we endeavor to prepare you for those differences. The hall can be found just north of Aleport in the western Lanoska. Within its walls, we offer burgeoning heroes a bevy of training exercises. Step into the flames, my friend, and forge the skills you will need for the morrow. Alright, Hall of the Novice membership. Begin! Triple cast lets you cast the next 3 spells instantly. That's cool. Like this ability that I'm talking about, it didn't actually let you cast the spells instantly. You still had to like charge them up and do the cast time, but the cast time would still advance while you were moving for the duration of the buff. So for like a short time, you could do your cast times while moving. It was pretty cool. Alright, so, I mean, there's like, the way you fight when you're in a group is different than the way you fight when you're, you know, alone. And I'm like, I mean, I'm a black mage. I pretty much just point at the enemy and cast spells, right? I mean, I know there's more to it than that, but you know what I mean. Like, if I was a healer, it'd be like, well, instead of attacking things, you need to heal people. Or a tank, you need to worry about keeping the aggro on you. Other people might be trying to drag it off you. But as DPS, it's like, point at thing other people are trying to kill and kill it. I do recognize the music. Good music. Oh my god, we have to listen to this breathing. We're learning avoidance, guys. Oh, I can just talk to him? Oh, yes. The training exercise is now underway. I can't target this one. Just the one guy. He's a lot of HP. Oh, what the hell? Alright, cool. Damn. Alright, cool. Okay, you can't talk to him until he starts repeating. Wait, it's the DPS's job to do damage? Oh my god. Alright. 9 million gil, huh? Wow. Well, I've got almost 900 gil, so it's like the same thing. Right. Treasure maps, huh? For this exercise, you'll be fighting multiple opponents. The key to victory is coordination with your comrades. Each foe will fall all the swifter upon a focused assault. Work with your allies to defeat the enemy, and we can move on to the next training exercise. Everything's clear, Archest. Say the word when you're ready to begin. Yeah, that one. Nice little bit of gear upgrade from this too. And how many of these are there? How many ways do they have to say, stay out of fire, attack the same target as the allies, do damage, kill things? Was it gonna be do both at the same time? In case you forgot not to stand and stuff? Eight of them? Alright. Sure, why we're attacking the axe guy, not the... We can't even target the mage yet. That's what I always do in WoW. When a new expansion comes out, I just switch to like mining and herbalism. And then just sell all the herbs and ore on the auction house for the first couple weeks, because you make ridiculous amounts of money the first couple weeks of a new expansion selling materials. The demand is so high, the price goes ridiculous. I think I made a couple million just off of ore at the beginning of like the first 2 weeks of Legion. Without even really trying. Like I was leveling my character, it was just selling the stuff that I found along the way. I understand the purpose of this. I kind of wish that it would realize that I've already done this on another character, you know? I have definitely done this before. I did this with my mechanist. Although it wasn't a mechanist at the time, it was like a bard, maybe? I don't remember what I was. But I definitely did this exact thing. I did it on my tank too, because I made a paladin. I have played Final Fantasy recently. That's where the mechanist came from. That was like last year. Like I only came back to Final Fantasy like last year. Like I played when it originally came out, lost my account, and didn't play again until last year. So yeah, I've definitely done this before. In fact, I've done the healing, the tanking, and the DPS stuff. So I wish they would realize that I've already done like the tutorials, but it's fine. Oh, I could probably talk to him. I'm not paying attention to what he's saying. I'm just waiting for it to finish, but he just repeats. All right, so reinforcements. This is gonna be this is about killing ads, basically. Back in the day, you know this fancy stuff? Yeah. We got by just fine without it. Already level 16. Knocking these out until we're done. I get that XP ring. So it's all about. wish WoW made you do something like this before you could do a dungeon, though. Sometimes people are so dumb in dungeons. Okay, so this is about like operating levers or other mechanics around the environment while fighting. I remember this actually because the first time I did this, I was getting so tired of reading all the text, I didn't read all of it, and then I was like fighting all these ads and not realizing I could just flip a lever. So I was that kid that didn't pay attention. I remember that. Also, like, okay, so I played this game when it first came out. I remember some of the original dungeons from when I tanked them originally when the game first came out, right? Where's the lever at? Probably get closer to it. Where's this mystical lever? Over there? Yeah. And I noticed that like some of the mechanics have gotten like easier, or like people have like they've been toned down now that it's like not new material anymore, which happens all the time in World of Warcraft too. Like when a dungeon first comes out, it's a lot harder than later because like the mechanics get toned down over time, or the scaling for items changes or whatever, right? Like almost like the first dungeon, not the first dungeon, but the one where you fight like Sahagin, you know what I'm talking about? Is it the boss at the end of it with like the four corners that like bubble and summon ads? You know the dungeon I'm talking about? It's like one of the first dungeons in this game. Yeah. Back in the day when this game first came out, you actually had to work with that mechanic. It seems like nowadays no one does it. They just burn down the boss because the boss is so easy to kill that you can kill him before any ads really spawn in. Yeah, you didn't used to be able to do that. Like when the game came out, you couldn't do that. That fight took like twice as long, and you had to deal with the ads and you had to deal with the bubbles. Mechanics are optional for older content. Yeah. Seems to be the truth. And so like even dungeons that do have some sort of a mechanic, you kind of ignore it. And so it's basically just tank and spank even though it actually did have a mechanic. Just sad. According to my records, you have hit to fully complete your training. I'm working on it, man. And number 7, you said there's 8 of these? So 2 more to go? Whew. We're out and about. I've arrived at the mountain's peak. The final exercise. This one says it's the final. Some of the primal fights, like, okay, so the first time you fight them, not so much, but I like that they've added in like extra difficulties for the dungeons and for the primals and stuff. And when you play them on the harder difficulties, you still actually do the mechanics. I also really like that one thing I noticed when I played it last year or a couple months ago, whatever, when you play like a harder version of a dungeon, it's actually different. It's not just like the numbers are bigger and there's an extra mechanic. It's like a different dungeon basically, even though it's the same name. I love that. Like when I went into a hard mode dungeon, I expected it to be the same dungeon, just a little harder, but it was actually a different dungeon, and I was like so pleasantly surprised. I was like, that's amazing. They moved away from that in favor of just adding new dungeons. I mean, that's basically the same thing. Because They were basically new dungeons. They were new dungeons with like the same walls, I guess. You know, it's in the same dungeon sort of, but like it was, you know, different enemies, different bosses. Very cool. Ooh, we got an ad. Get off my conjurer. There we go. Oh, another one. My tank sucks. He's not trying to pick up the ads at all, is he? He's just assuming the DPS can take the ads. I mean, you say my tanks. I mean, obviously it's the computer, you know. Obviously, it's the way that they intended for you to have to deal with it. I mean, it's kind of a good idea to make you have to practice with a bad tank because you're gonna run into those. Are you gonna hold all three of these? Oh, okay. So this is a dropping spells mechanic. I probably shouldn't stand near the caster because he's not gonna move, is he? I wonder if I can do this. How much damage this does? Is this worth it? Doesn't look like it's doing much to the other guys. I'm doing better off with my fire spells. Although, this sucks. Hard to get off a spell. It'll be easier once there's less of them, probably. Shire's continuing Resident Evil 1 tonight. Can't get it. This is why I was hesitant to play a black mage. If you have a fight where there's a lot of floor mechanics, so we have to move around, can't get a dang spell off, you know? Need some kind of like fast casting stat or something. Interrupted the black mage experience, right? Whoa, big one. My healer, someone should tell my healer that he can totally heal himself if he wants to. You know, you don't have to just heal the tank. You can heal yourself, buddy. You think he knows? Like, he's not constantly healing the tank. It's not like he doesn't have time to heal himself. He just isn't doing it. He has to conserve all of his MP for the tank. Hey, Knob. There's that ring we were talking about. It only works up to level 30, but I'll take it. That's the next 15 levels easier, right? Or 14 levels. Boom. All right. So that's done. All right. So we need to Set of superiority is out by Drybone. Is up by Horizon. Let's go ahead and get the Black Mage quest done first. Black Mages get ley lines at 52, which decreases cast times. Cool. Yeah, I love Mechanists so much because like you literally can just like dance around and jump and do whatever you want while you do your stuff. It's fun. You have to do like one leave at like each one of these guys to like sort of activate them or whatever. There you go. Red Mage. Red Mage sounds fun too. Ooh. Not for me though. Damn. How are we doing in this quest? Beckon. Oh, we gotta do the beckon thing. Oh, I hate this. 1 second. Let's Okay, let's do this. Give me my favorites now? Yeah. Go on the dang bar so we can do it. I hate this quest. Kill these things. Did it heal? I played like a second of Blue Mage and it seemed amazing, but like the fact that it's basically like not a real class that you can't just keep doing kind of ruins it. I guess they figure they can't really balance it the way that they're just giving you all these cool monster abilities. I don't know. So they just don't let you take it to endgame. You just reach limits in the main story? Okay. I'm not going to be able to keep up with you, especially considering I'm only going to be playing on Wednesdays and Thursdays because I don't want to play it off the stream. Yeah, we're going to be playing it sort of like long term. Only going forward 2 days a week. It's sad that it's a meme job though, because like it could be a cool job. Right. Cool. Right, we gotta go down there. I always go out this town the wrong way. Because like the exits sort of like spiral, you know what I mean? Like that ramp and this ramp and Alright, so we're in Eastern Thanalan. Yeah, these guys right in front of me. I'll likely not just stick with one job anyways. I'm just starting with Black Mage, you know? I'm gonna try them all out at some point. I said this is a long-term playthrough. We're gonna be doing it every Tuesday and Thursday for God knows how long, you know? Let one more of those guys. This one over here. Yeah. Yeah, I did the ninja, and then I switched to mechanist. I did the bard first, because I was looking for something like really mobile, right? And bard wasn't really for me. And then I did the ninja, and it wasn't really for me. Then I did the mechanist, and I was like, okay, this is awesome. I really liked it. Dancer super mobile? Yeah, I never got far enough to unlock the dancer. Maybe I'll like the dancer when I get to it. Might like the red mage too, for that matter. Who knows? And maybe we'll play it long enough, we'll just get everything up to max level. Oh. What that? You okay? Hey, Deathshire beat the snake in Resident Evil 1. Do you think we should tell her that it shows up again later? Or just let her think that it's over? She's gonna freak out. Nothing! Spoilers! Anyways. Eastern. These blowfly swarms around here somewhere. And rotting corpses. I think I know where those are. For now, let's keep it this way. You guys are level 18, we gotta be careful over here. There's the quest right there. Summoner? We're gonna try out all the quests. Ooh. Oh, we're gonna be synced up to level 19? Cool. That worked. Question mark, question mark. Wasn't the lesson of this one that sometimes you need to run away? Can we sneak by this guy? Ah. Arcanist? Elheim, a moment, if you please. Pray, allow me to shatter that urn. I thought that if I assisted you in your task, then my brothers might finally begin to take me seriously, so I followed you. Dude, this is a dangerous mission, man. What have we got here, then? A couple of nosy sand rabbits that are about to get skinned. Oh, dear gods, where did they come from? Maybe if we beckon them. I think it's only level 15. Temperance of Alacron and kindness of Alacron. Probably should have gone for the caster first, but then here we are. I mean, the physical guy might have less magic defense. I just hope the caster isn't a healer. He's called the kindness, which makes me think he's a healer. Let's switch to him. He's totally a healer. Yeah, he's got to die first. Right. Diligence. He's an archer now. Hello, coming. Kokobushi has a distinct lack of magical ability to help us here. Oh, yeah, there's another one coming. Okay, I don't know that should break the hit. Urn. Alright. That was simply incredible, Alheim. I wish I could wield the same sort of power. We made the character last night, Knob. I became an alchemist in the hopes of creating some manner of mana amplifying elixir. But all my efforts have been for naught. The results have been far too mild to make any difference. I'll never be a thaumaturge like my brothers at this rate. I'll forever be a pitiful, powerless little sibling. Yeah, we made a brand new character for the Final Fantasy franchise playthrough. Mormo's urn. If I destroy it, then maybe my family will see what I'm capable of. Wait. Don't you dare break my urn! What the? Did that piece of pottery just talk? Are you Mormo, the Voidsent? Well, yes, I am Mormo. But I'm one of the nice Voidsent. It was the nasty ones that sealed me up in here for helping a mortal. If you would be so kind as to open the lid of my urn, I would be happy to grant you a wish. Anything you desire. Fortune? Fame? I'm not really interested in fame or fortune. Perhaps there is one thing. I'd like to have etheric power equal to that of my brothers. Power, is it? A perfectly acceptable wish. In fact, I sense the latent ability buried deep within your spirit. It will be simple for me to turn it loose. What more is there to think about? Open the lid. First thing, let him do this. Well, I don't feel different at all. I think Mormo may have been lying. Come, Elheim, it's time we were leaving. Oh, were we supposed to break this urn? And that's it. Yes, it'll be such fun. I mean, it's nice to return home after all this excitement. We're fine with this. No one notices anything. Let's just go. Nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing to worry about, guys. Okay. Oh, 35 brass blade. Oh. None of these guys seem to be marked with our hunter's log. A bleeding venture come to help. I ain't heard nothing from Captain Baldwin about this, but he said trust men only. Any road, we got this under control, and besides, this operation ain't got nothing to do with Fufulaba. Boy, the boy's got a stick up his arse the size of a Saba tender. No wonder the captain told him to stay at Horizon. Level 17. Alright, new staff. Hey, adventurer, mind running a message to the Crescent Cove for us? Captain Baldwin's planning some festivities for the thaumaturs, you see, and he wants them treated to the finest food and drink. Nothing but the best for our distinguished guests, eh? Head west and south to the village and tell Rafe he's bound to deliver a bounty of fresh fish to Horizon for the feast. Yep. Buzzards. Ooh, these thick shells are on my list. Alright. Should I just be selling like all this random crap I'm picking up? Like marmot meat, animal skins. I mean, I know you can use these for like turn animal skins into leather or armor and shit, but like obviously I'm not doing crafting at the moment. And if you're not doing crafting, I don't know what, like, I guess I could sell them. I don't know. Fresh fish for Captain Baldwin. Of course, we'll do our best, madam. Unfortunately, we've had such a poor catch in recent days on account of the rough seas. More boats should be returning soon, but I cannot promise that the catch will please. Don't worry, my lady. The captain will have fish, I swear it. Alright. I feel like I should, like... To a certain extent, I kind of feel like I should do, like, Thaumaturge, Arcanist, and Conjurer, like, together. And just sort of, like, stagger them up. Like, get from 1 to 15, and then get all of them from 15 to 30, and then get all of them from 30 to 40, etc. So that they can... Because they're all going to use the same gear. And that way, once I get higher up, I can just, like all the gear will be caster gear in my armory, and then I can delete all the low-level stuff when we're done. And then have room for when we do, like, the melee guys, you know what I mean? Because the armory will get full up eventually if I try and do all of them. Because the main scenario, such a large portion of your experience, is quite hard to level up multiple jobs at the same time in a Realm Reborn. Yeah, I could see that. That makes sense. At least they all have their own hunting log. You are an adventurer, are you not? I know this is sudden, but I have no one else to turn to. Last night, a gang of bandits from Quiver and Manson were in their cups and overheard them discussing their plans. It seems they've come to collect gemstones stolen from Copperbell mines. Nashasite, I think I heard one say. They are to meet with their co-conspirators soon at the Footfalls. What did you say? They basically give no XP past 20? Oh man. Illicit exchanges and shadowy dealings? The brass blades cannot abide such malfeasance. Forgive my eavesdropping, Elheim. I came to the Crescent Cove merely to thank you in person. I never imagined to uncover a criminal conspiracy right outside Horizon's gates. We must act quickly for her to apprehend those thieves. I'll notify Captain Baldwin at once. No, wait, you mustn't... Oh, gods. You must stop him before it's too late. Captain Baldwin himself is working with the bandits. I don't know if you can hear her. Something happened in there. I guess we could just like level one up all the way and then work on like our weaving and then just like make gear for the other ones as they level up. Is it easier to level them later? Like, is there some kind of mechanic later that is going to make it easier to level up like your other jobs? You get bonus experience based on how high your highest level class is. Oh, right. I remember that. So we should really just level 1 to max and then level the other ones, I guess. So we get Black Mage all the way up and then go back and level everything else. Gear's not an issue when leveling in alt classes? Okay. Captain Baldwin, sir, I've discovered something shocking, something horrible. Someone has been stealing gemstones from Copperbell mines and... Wait, those gauntlets, those boots, what? You're one of the Quiverins men. Sir, this man's a thief and a scoundrel. And what of it? His coin's good, and that's what counts. What, Captain Baldwin? You're working with these men? It cannot be. Told you to stay in Horizon, Fufulapa. Didn't have to be like this. They get their Nasha side, I get my gill, and none would be the wiser. But sir, what if your crimes are uncovered? What if Lord Lolorito finds out? You gods damn fool, don't you see? I'm acting under the authority of Lord Lolorito himself. No, that cannot be true. Why do you think people join the Brass Blades, Fufulapa? To serve and protect? Ha! We're not the bloody flames here. We do this for the coin. You there, adventurer, do you remember me? Well, I remember you. Oh, it's the Baron. I am Sir Baron von Quivern IV, Esquire. You killed my brother, and now I've come to return the favor. Aw, man, I thought he was going to say you killed my brother to prepare to die. He was so close. You killed my brother, and now I come to return the favor. Just isn't quite as good. Well, that settles it. It's clear as everyone's best interest that you both die. Oh, and he like idolized this guy too. That's sad. All right, well, they gotta die. They gotta die. The one in the back of Castor. What's he doing back there? He doesn't like a healing type. This guy's a lot of hit points or a lot of defense or something. Here, let's rearrange a little bit. I'm about to brass blade him. Oops. I messed up. There we go. As I'm basically tanking this guy. I guess I should take out the ads. Because he has way more hit points. Yeah. Okay. To fool upon the unbending. Nice name. Boom. Duty complete. That's enough, Baldwin. Your partner's dead and your plans are undone. You've no reason left to fight. Stay out of this, Leofric. I don't take orders from you. I may have spared your life before, but if you interfere, I will not show you mercy. What mercy will he show you, I wonder? You who've done so much in another man's name. What are you blathering on about? Every fisherman in Crescent Cove knew about your meeting, you arrogant fool. Quiveron's men couldn't keep their mouths shut. Imagine Lolorito's surprise when he learned that a rank-and-file brass blade was using his name to advance a personal agenda. He knows? 7 hells, but I'm a captain. He wouldn't... I was once a captain too, remember? And we both know what happened to me. Well fought, boy. You've done the brass blades of the Rose proud. Captain Leofric. Captain Baldwin, he said that Lord Lolorito wouldn't waste his time on a small-scale smuggling operation. This is all Baldwin's doing. What else did he say? That all our brethren are no better and that each and every one cares for naught but coin? Mere excuses to justify his schemes. We've no shortage of greedy sods. Some who'd probably sell their own mothers into slavery if the price was right. But there are men like you, Fufulupa. Men good and true, whom the small folk respect. Which is why I gave you my dagger. The brass blades of the roads need a leader with honor, and you're the most honorable man I know. Captain! Thank you for all your help, Elheim. The captain and I will escort Captain Baldwin back to Horizon. Pray visit me in town when next you return. Alright. Let's see. This way. A new game plus. Welcome back, Alheim. So much has happened. Captain Baldwin has been arrested and stripped of rank, which means the Brass Blades of the Rose no longer have a captain. Until a new one is designated, I've been ordered to serve as acting captain of the Horizon Garrison. Though doubtless this is only a temporary arrangement, I will do my utmost to represent my brethren and protect the people of Horizon. Thank you, Alheim, for your service to the Sultanate. You are a true hero. Cool. The Philippa would entrust you with a matter of grave import. I salute you, honored friend. As acting captain, I should be much obliged if you would grant me a personal request. In our efforts to ascertain the full extent of the former captain's corruption, we have been poring over his personal correspondence. Our search unearthed this sealed letter, addressed to a man named Owen. But he is one of the Sultan's sworn elite. I can think of no reason why he should have any dealings with Baldwin. We now know that the former captain was consorting with a coalition of criminals. Could it be that Owen was too? This letter may well serve as evidence of their collusion, so I dare not tamper with it myself. But given the events of recent days, I knew not whom to trust with this information until now. I've chosen you, Helheim. Pray bear the letter to Mistress Momodi of the Quicksand and relate the circumstances of its discovery. Not only is she a staunch supporter of the Sultana, but she is well acquainted with the Sultan Sworn. She will know how best to proceed. Cool beans. We're heading back to town. Let's see. Return to the Thaumaturge Guild quest while we're here. Violet Velociraptor. That's a name. Welcome back, Helheim. I'm glad to see you making a habit of not dying. Before we discuss your trial further, however, I would like to ask you about Kokobusi. When I saw him but a few moments ago, he seemed odd. Well, odder than usual. Would you happen to know aught of it? He joined me at my trial. Boosie was at your trial? It's extraordinarily dangerous and foolish to interfere with the Thaumaturge's training. I shall have to scold him most heartily. Such unpleasantness aside, I am impressed that you claimed victory in spite of the unexpected development. The teachings of the Yawning Abyss have served you well. With your experience and control thus demonstrated, I believe you are ready to add a new spell to your repertoire, Scathe. This elementally neutral blast of force will prove effective against all manner of opponents. As I am sure you are eager to test this incantation's efficacy, I shall grant you leave to return to your training. I pity the next hostile creature that crosses your path. Alright. New equipment. We can get a new cowl. It blocks our headpiece too, but it gives 4 intelligence. We can't open up our menu right now. Let's grab that. Let's go. And there's level 8. Okay. Back to wield and shields, and then we need level 20 for this one, right? Yes. Okay. The Momodi! Momodi. And we're flying through the levels so far. We're level 18. We just made this character last night. About 24 hours ago, right? First couple levels go pretty quick. Which is good. There's a crap ton of Reborn quest lines still to go, though. We haven't even gotten out of the first little country. Izanami. Nice. Aye, Elheim, it's been too long. Dodonin tells me you've been keeping busy in the Horizon. I want you to know that I'm grateful for everything you've done for the people in Ul'dah. Even though you've seen the seedier side of our city, you've continued to help your fellow man. Believe me, the folk around here love you for it. What is it? You look like you've got something to say. You're way ahead in the main store and you're only level 19? Well, I have extra experience boosts. So that's what this is all about. Full up of thinking Owen might have been in league with Baldwin, this letter could be proof of something shady. Well, he needn't worry. Owen's a loyal Sultan Sworn as I've ever known. I haven't the foggiest what this says, but... Wait a minute. Wasn't Owen the one who... Oh, hells, I have a bad feeling about this. Listen, Elheim, I think I know what this is about, but I need you to swear to keep it quiet. If you'd rather wash your hands of the business, I won't hold it against you, but if you're determined to see it through to the bitter end, then say the word and I'll explain. I mean, how could I not after that? I've got this, these earrings that give me another 30% XP. Up to 70. Can I count on your discretion, Elheim? If so, then listen closely. Ooh, another ring. Direct hit and blunt resistance. But XP. Alright. The outside world believes Ul'dah to be a sultanate, ruled by Sultana Nanamo Ul'Namo. Truth is, though, it's the 6 wealthiest citizens that hold the most sway, the Syndicate. Be that as it may, the Sultana still got the support of the people. But she might struggle to keep even that if a certain incident becomes public knowledge. It pains me to say it, but Her Grace's crown, the symbol of the royal dynasty, has been stolen. And Owen's the Sultan Sworn who was charged with guarding that night. I'd bet anything this letter was written by the bastards who made off with the crown. It can't be a coincidence that the man we know to have been fraternizing with thieves had a letter for Owen of all people at this of all times. You need to take this to the man himself, Elheim. Tell him that Modi sent you and that it concerns a lost heirloom. If it looks as though the fellow needs help, I want you to lend it to him. The future of our fair city may depend on it. Okay. Where we gotta take this letter? Oh, it's just in town. Alright. By the Alchemist Guild. Wrong door. Sultan Sworn Elite. The heart of the Sworn lies beyond. State your business. Pardon? Did you say a lost heirloom? Proceed. Well, met adventure. What business brings you here this day? A letter? Very well, let me see it. Have you read this adventure? I see, but you have some inkling as to its contents, I think. Mistress Momodi has doubtless explained to you the significance of the crown and what its loss could mean for Her Grace the Sultana. This theft shames the Sultan Swarm and me most of all. The blame is mine, you see. I grew lax in my duties, and in a moment of carelessness... No, it will do no good to recount the tale now. Since the hour of the theft, we've searched frantically for any signs, any whispers as to the whereabouts of the crown. We have found nothing. The identity of the thieves and their motives seemed fated to remain a mystery until you arrived bearing this ransom note. In it, the criminals state their price for the return of Her Grace's crown. And though it pains me to say it, I fear I have no choice but to acquiesce to their demands. Too much is at stake to do otherwise. The crown symbolizes her grace's birthright and identifies her as the custodian of the Ul legacy. It must be recovered. I will travel to the unholy heir and pay them their ransom. Though I am not foolish enough to meet the men there alone as they stipulate, I dare not bring a host of my comrades lest the thieves take fright. Friend, would you consent to be present at the exchange? Mistress Momodi has always spoken of you in the most glowing terms, and I have never yet had reason to question her judgment. On behalf of those still loyal to the Sultana, I beseech you, help us in our hour of need. Alright. Probably also slows me down that I'm actually like reading all the text. Certainly, I mean, I'm not just like, you know, looking through. Oh, that's joining the Alchemist Guild. All right. Where are we going here? Boom. Okay. Leonhard Rosenthal. Moribund Danubrium. That's a name. Waiting. All right. I've come as agreed. Now show me the crown. Ah, you'll have your precious crown once we've been duly compensated. You think me a fool? What assurance have I that you will honor your part of the agreement? Now, Owen, you're the least trustworthy man here. Not only was the crown stolen under your watch, but it looks to me as if you violated the terms of our exchange. Did we not say that you were to come alone? And given that you are not alone, what guarantee have we that there isn't a company of archers surrounding us even as we speak, ready to feather me with my men the moment we catch a glimpse of the crown? You've made mock of our trust. The deal is off. Wait, here's your payment, as promised. Alright, 'tis the real thing. 1,000 thanks to you, boy. You've succeeded where scores of thieves have failed. And now at long last we have it, the power to create an army of undying soldiers the traitors spurn. No, it can't be. What have I done? Surely you must have wondered what it was that you were handing over. What it was that seemed as valuable to us as the crown seemed to you, or did you assume that we were feeling charitable? Ah, but you must feel terrible knowing that you brought us the doom of Silda. Worry not, boy. We'll grant you a quick death and spare you further ignominy. Uh-huh. Do they even have the crown? There's too many, Alheim. Run while you still can. I will do my duty. It's your duty to serve the Sultana, lad, and you'll be doing it for a good while yet. Nice. Papa Shan. Sultan Sworn, put these thieves to the sword and secure the crown. Nice. Sultan Sworn. No matter, kill them all. Alright, we got 3 archers, 3 pugilists, and the main guy in the middle. Go for the archers first. Any more fist fighters? Oh, some spell weavers. Just clean up now. Oh, there's another one. Blanga. Oh, that still hit me? I wasn't in the circle, man. I gotta remember I can use Scathe. Master Papashan, but why? How? The general saw you sneak into the vaults, Owen. He suspected something was afoot and ordered us to keep an eye on you. The Flame General? He ordered you to look after me? Master Papashan, one more of them to the north. After them, Sultan Sworn. They have the crown. This lot sought only to delay us. Let's speak again back in the city. Alright. Oh, hello. The source of her strength becomes clear. You may have bested the golem, but you will not fare so well this day. O mournful voice of creation, send unto me a creature of the abyss, my thrall to command, that I may smite mine enemies. I want that spell. Your very being imperils the plan. You cannot be suffered to live. That's basically what my character in our Kingmaker campaign does. You know, for good. Usually. Samurai named Ichigo Kurosaki. Nice. I remember back when the game first came out, these like solo duties actually had some difficulty to them. This does not. Like, he's not even hurting me. Like my health bar went down a little bit, I guess. I'm like regenerating hit points faster than he's hitting me. And Thancred comes to help. Lord knows I need him. Solo duties became way more engaging in later expansions. Like, I remember when this was hard though. Like, not like hard, but like actually like you had to pay attention at least, you know? I've been playing too much Xenoblade Chronicles. When I see the orb floating around me, I'm like, oh my god, someone's gonna chain a titan. Ah, the wisdom of the paragons should be brought low by mere mortals. You unlock Sistasha, nice. Paragons, this is indeed a disturbing revelation. We had long suspected the involvement of the bringers of chaos, Askians, to give them their true name. The whole Garland Chaos thing in Final Fantasy 1 might have made more sense if there was some kind of group like the Bringers of Chaos that were working to bring him there. But we could not be sure they were responsible for the recent disturbances until now. As if the Sultanate need more enemies. Have we Charlians crossed our paths with Oskins before? Well, we've certainly... Wait, I don't recall telling you about my homeland. Oh yes, that's right, you're one of the gifted. You know, this marks the third time I've found you in the middle of midst of trouble. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you're a lodestone for it. Anyway, I'm glad I started following you around. Who knows what grand conspiracy you'll stumble upon next. I jest. Had I truly been watching your every move, I wouldn't have taken so long to intervene in your latest altercation. But all's well that ends well, eh? Our masked friend is no more, and while I very much doubt we've seen the last of his kind, his demise will likely grant us at least some respite. On that note, I must away. Until next time, Elheim. I like how the quest we had with the Thaumaturge's Guild not long before this was about, like, someone being possessed. And then we're doing all this stuff with Thancred. Nice. Alright. So... I'm gonna speak with Papa Sean, who is back in Uda. Most class quest lines aren't nearly as dark as Thaumaturge. Yeah. Fair enough. Everyone's waiting for you, adventurer. This surprised you to see me dressed so, Elheim. I was once a Sultan sworn, you know, though it's been 15 years since I put down my sword and took up the role of station master. I do like how they introduce you to Papa Sean, and he's just like, yeah, I'm in charge of this here train station, you know. It is in a capacity in which I am no less proud to serve, lest you doubt. Whenever her grace ventures outside the gates, I have the honor of protecting her person. Never before had I seen her so despondent as when the news of the crown's theft reached her ears. But thanks to your valiant efforts, she has returned to her former vibrant self. You have my gratitude of every soul in Swornelheim.
Exalted vessel of Northal, guardian of Thanalan, 17th ascendant to the throne of Uldar, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ulnamo presides.
Long live Nanamo!
Long live
Glory
Nanamo!
to the
Glory
Sultana!
to the Sultana!
Forever may she
Forever
reign!
may she reign!
They regaled me with tales of a champion amongst champions, one whose tireless service to the crown merited the highest honor we might bestow. Never did it occur to me that it might be you. Bring it forth! Betokening our gratitude and esteem, I, Nanamo Ulnamo, Sultana of Uldar, confer upon you this gift. Raubon,
Yay,
Your Grace.
Raubon!
see to it that our champion is my personal guest at the banquet.
As you command, Your Grace.
Raubon was cool to begin with, but at the end of A Realm Reborn, before the beginning of the first expansion, he went up like several notches in
owes you
coolness.
a great debt. I am Raubon al-Din. With the consent of Her Grace, I oversee the affairs of the Sultanate. Brave souls are few and far between in these times. I count my blessings when I find one. Her Grace invites you to join her at the coming banquet. I trust I will see you there.
An honor!
Indeed.
Come, hero!
Until then, for the sake of Her Grace and the glory
That is
of the
such a
Sultanate,
pitiful
may
shield.
you walk in the light of the crystal.
It's literally just like 3 pieces of wood strapped together with some metal. By the 12 Elheim, for an adventurer to receive a personal invitation from Her Grace is unprecedented. Seats at these banquets are offered only to the most distinguished individuals. You'll be dining with some of the most influential people in Ul'dah. There are, of course, certain protocols that must be observed, but I am no authority on them, fear not. However, Mistress Momodi has long been responsible for familiarizing foreign guests with our customs. Pray return to the quicksand and speak to her, and she will tell you all you need to know. Cool. I do like that Final Fantasy XIV has like a main quest and like a story. That's something WoW kind of has missing to a certain extent. WoW has a main story, but like most of the story you get while questing is just the story of that particular zone. Like the big main story moments in WoW all happen in the raids for the most part, which sucks because no one does any of the old raids anymore. So like, if you're a new player, you miss out on so many large chunks of the story. Alright. It just so happens to be one of the best Final Fantasy stories. That is a big statement, bless you. Like, I've only seen what people tell me is the worst part of it. I would say A Realm Reborn is not one of the best Final Fantasy stories, but obviously I've heard great things about the expansions, and I don't know yet, so we'll see. Do they not have roulettes in WoW? They do have you can do random dungeon or whatever, but it's not the same, and you typically don't do it for raids. You just do it for dungeons. I mean, they do have like to use the dungeon finder for raids is called LFR, is like looking for raid, and LFR is like a super dumbed down version of the raid. I mean, you'll still get the story, I guess, but it's not the same thing. I wasn't reading what she said. We gotta go get some stuff from the goldsmith and things. We'll go take care of that. There you go, the goldsmith guild. Heavensward is great, Stormblood's just okay, but Shadowbringers is on another level. Wow. The Stormblood isn't as good as Heavensward? Really? Like, I've been told before that it just gets better each one. We were saying it's actually Heavensward is a little better than Stormblood. Stormblood feels like it was made enemy mechanics more interesting in general. Okay. Greetings, is there something I can help you with? Elheim, your earrings right here. I crafted them myself, I'll have you know. I think you'll be very pleased. In case Mistress Momodi didn't warn you, the box is locked, and I am not permitted to give you the key. The final safeguard, you see, only designated individuals are authorized to distribute the earrings to guests, and in this instance, the person in question is none other than Mistress Momodi. So you will need to ask her to open the box on your behalf. Pardon the inconvenience, but the Sultan Sworn take her grace's safety very seriously. Yeah, makes sense. This guy, I ran into this guy the other day, Erasmus. I have a guy at my work, his name's Erasmo. So every time I see that, I'm like, oh, it's Erasmo. Anyways. Back to Momodi. So Stormblood was more about improving the game and less about the story, and then Shadowbringers has an amazing story. Huh? Well, we have that to look forward to. It's a long way off, but we'll get there. Picked your earrings yet, Elheim? Let me just... Well now, looks like the Guildmaster outdid herself at this fair. You'd best take good care of these earrings. If they fell into the wrong hands, God only knows what might happen. Now then, I hope you're feeling sociable, Elheim, because you're about to hobnob with old Elite. Let me know when you're ready to head to the banquet. Storyteller. One more level, we can get into the next Thaumaturge quest. This is it, Elheim, your big debut in Old High Society. The banquet is being held in the Fragrant Chamber. Head over to the Royal Promenade and Bartholomew will show you in. Oh, but be sure to put on your earrings first or he'll send you packing. Well then, I reckon that's everything. Try not to let all the pomp and ceremony get to you. Just be yourself and you'll be fine. We gotta switch earrings real quick. Sucks, because I take off the XP earrings for a minute. Sexy NPCs? Okay. Swift cast. Next spell is cast immediately. Hell yeah. That's scary. What's this one? Fire 2. Deals fire damage with a potency of 80 to a target and all enemies nearby. It's an AoE version. So that's 80. This one's 180. So it's weaker, but it hits an AoE. And it's a targeted AoE at range instead of just being around us. That's nice. This is a 1 minute recast. A banquet hosted by Her Grace the Sultana is due to begin shortly. Attendance is by invitation only. Please make way for arriving guests. We are honored to receive you, milady. Please proceed inside. You always sit with the controller.
All hail the Sultana! Your Grace.
Reborn. By right of the Royal House of Ul, I, Nanamo, 17th of my line, have summoned you here. We are graced this day by the presence of a hero to Ul'dah and dear friend to the crown. Honored guests, I give you our champion! And with that, I bid you enjoy the feast.
Not to spoil your appetite, but Ul'dah is hardly so bountiful as this meal would have you believe. While we gorge ourselves, children starve in the streets. Nor can Her Grace do aught to help them. She is thwarted at every turn by those on the Syndicate who derive their wealth from the workers' poverty. Beneath her mask of stately serenity, she is aghast at the plight of her subjects. But there will be no hope for the masses until the crown is restored to power. I am truly grateful for all you have done for Ul'dah, but there is so much more to do. That light, what is it? So bright, almost like by the 12. Tell me true, have you been troubled by strange dreams of late? Visions of the crystal? Mayhap you put them down to an excess of ether? Yes, you are like they were. Allow me to explain. Before you came to Eorzea, there were others like you who fought the primals. Though they were not of this land, when the Garlean Empire threatened the realm, they helped bring together the 3 grand companies. And they stood with us at Cartano, that fateful day 5 years ago. The day we lost them. None who survived have forgotten the hero's sacrifice, nor would any man deny they fought alongside us. But the names of these heroes come not to our lips. The once familiar pages of their story are now blank to us. And in our mind's eye, their faces are naught but silhouettes amid a blinding glare. It is for this reason that we have come to call them the Warriors of Light. When I look at you, I cannot help but think of them, and of what you might achieve. You must protect that crystal at all costs. It is a gift from Hydaelyn, Mother of All, and one she gave to you for a reason. Yours is no ordinary tale. If I am right, the fate of the realm may yet hang upon your deeds. Only heroes and martyrs are fit to bear such a burden. Let us...
Boom, boom. Like, oh, that doesn't look good.
Flames to the fore! Victory belongs to the bold. Show those Imperial whore sons what we're made of!
The left flank buckles. Divert the barracudas. Bid them hold that position, though it costs them their lives.
The yellow serpents are in need of succor. Pray, send the white wolves to their aid. The adventurers risk life and limb for our cause. We must not fail them.
Is aught amiss?
No, it is nothing.
Bloody hells! The barrier won't go down so easily! Eyes forward!
We are being watched.
Raging Bull, calling Bloodthorn! Bloodthorn, respond! Respond, damn you!
Raging Bull, this is Mad Snake. Respond.
Ryder, this is Raging Bull. What news?
We're surrounded by a blaze. There is no way out. God preserve, what is that thing?
What's going on? Speak to me!
God damn it! We cannot hold much longer.
Mad Snake! Mad Snake!
Snake!
Mad
Snake!
Damn it! Damn it all to the seventh hell!
What of the barracudas? Can they not be reached?
Sorry, Admiral. Shell's not working.
What of our own?
I cannot say, my lady. That monstrosity appears to be disrupting our communications.
We must keep trying. Call till they respond.
Yes, my lady.
Admiral, General, we can do no more. We must give the order to withdraw.
I will not forsake Louis Soir!
Louis Soir!
General, please. Victory may belong to the bold, but there will be no victor this day. You know this to be true. Let us not sacrifice lives in vain. The adventurers fight bravely, but to no avail. Let them withdraw, and let us be the ones to stand with Louis Soir.
Belay previous orders. All Maelstrom units are commanded to fall back, effective immediately. Give the foreign levy priority. Let the main host cover their retreat and bring up the rear.
Damn it! Relay the order. All flames are to withdraw. I don't care if our link cells are useless. You still have a working pair of legs, don't you? Well, use them, you bloody half-wit!
Your legs work, don't they?
The outcome of this battle was long since decided. Better to retreat now than risk a massacre. This dark, stifling presence. Who or what? We go to take our place beside Archon Louis Soir. To your positions.
That I should live to behold Bahamut once more. Magnificent. The aeons of imprisonment have only made him hungrier. I am aware of them. Pay them no mind. They are powerless to act. It has begun. Soon the planet will regain its true form. How are you feeling, Elheim? They said you fainted in the middle of one of the general's stories. I had to have you carried back to the hourglass. I reckon you made quite an impression on your fellow guests, though probably not the sort you intended. Sure, getting enough rest, Elheim. The life of an adventurer can be pretty taxing. Any road, I'm glad to see you're back to normal. No offense, but looking after you was getting a bit tiresome. I like the phrase any road. They use it and they make it sound so natural. Did you do any raids when you played the Machinist? I did the ones in the, I did the Crystal Tower ones. Like the ones you can do at level 50, basically. Oh, before I forget, the general left a message for you. He said that you're feeling up to it, you should come and see him in the Hall of Flames. But I mean, like, they're so easy. Like, it was just a bunch of people who had queued up for it to do their roulette or whatever, just like steamrolling it. Like, it wasn't really like doing a raid. Coils of Bahamut. I remember that I unlocked it. I don't remember if I did it or not. I'm not sure. I do remember that name, but I don't remember the dungeon, so I'm thinking maybe I didn't do it. Oh, before I forget, the general left a message for you. Said that when you're feeling up to it, you should come and see him at the Hall of Flames. Probably wants to finish the story he was telling you when you fell asleep. But what about Louis Soir? Louis Soir! Alright, let's see. All good here. And we're out. Go back to the Hall of Flames, okay? Pugilist. At least I have another level to go before we get the next Thaumaturge quest. Ah, right there, okay. I remember liking the Crystal Tower one, not because I liked it as like a raid, but I just liked the fact that they made the Crystal Tower a raid. That's pretty cool. Like, my Final Fantasy III fanboy senses were tingling, right? I've been waiting for you, Elheim. I trust you're fully recovered. Good, because there's much work to be done. Work that I would have you do. Listen well, Elheim. This will take some time to explain. Oh yeah, the other earrings. Good call. Good call. I've prepared these letters for my counterparts in the Orzi Alliance. Alright, it's time to go to the other countries. 5 years ago, we looked on powerless as our brothers and sisters were taken from us at Cartano. First by the Garleans, and then by the thrice-damned Primal called forth by their treachery. Not a day goes by they do not think of my fallen comrades, and the warriors of light of whom no trace remained. The tragedies of the Calamity are not so easily forgotten, nor should they be. In remembering what we've lost, we're reminded of what we still have. And so I mean to mark the 5th anniversary of the Battle of Cartano with a memorial service honoring the fallen. It is my hope that my counterparts in the Alliance will agree to do the same. And would have you bear the words to them as my personal envoy. Why you? Because your deeds mark you out as the nearest thing I have to a warrior of light. I can think of none more worthy of the role. The question is, will you accept it? Sure. It is agreed. You will journey to Gridania and Limsa Limensa as my official representative. Now that's a great many malms to travel, but I've neither the time nor the patience to wait around while you do it on foot. I hereby grant you permission to use the airship routes connecting the 3 city-states. This pass serves as proof of your privilege. Gone are the days when airship travel was available to all. The ever-present threat of Imperial attack has forced us to impose drastic restrictions out of concern for public safety. These passes are only granted when circumstances demand it, as in this case. Though there were others who insisted you be granted one regardless. I, Elheim, I am not alone in seeing it. Your potential is plain. I have said enough. In the name of the Sultana, I bid you go forth. See for yourself the wonders of the realm which the warriors of light restall. Rise to your calling and fulfill your promise. And should the path be barred by man or beast, strike fast and true, for victory belongs to the bold. Now go, Helheim, and heed the crystal's guidance should you ever lose your way. With the most recent main story quest changes, the Crystal Tower raids are actually now required to get to Heavensward. Oh, okay. Maybe that's why I did them. I enjoyed them anyways. I was really focused on like trying to advance the story, so that makes sense that I did them because they were required. Hey, it's Mona Kingman! What's up, bud? I see you. Alright. Talk to Momodi again. Really need to work on my UI a little bit. I don't know how I want to set everything up yet, is the problem. Was he following me? Totally following me. Where am I at? Oh, make sure I know where I'm going. Ah, back for your meeting with Raban, are you? What did the big man have to say? Is that a fact? Personal envoy of the Flame Journal himself. She'll be bearing the great man's words to the leaders of the Alliance, will you? And by airship. Bugger me, that's an honor and a half, that is. But I can't think of anyone who deserves it more. I'm proud of you, Elheim, I truly am. Now, I dare say Raban told you this, but not many people get to go on airships these days. In fact, most people go to their graves having never once seen the Orza from above. Poor buggers shuffle off to meet their Thal, having never known the blues of Lim's shimmering seas or the myriad greens of Lethe Gravania. But not you, Elheim. You'll see those sights and more, and from everywhere you go, you'll find fascinating folks with fascinating tales to tell. The people you meet, the places you go, savor those experiences, for they are priceless all. Saying that it'd be remiss of me if I didn't remind you to be careful out there. Ulda ain't the only place beset by troubles, so as you'll discover when you visit Limsel and Gridania. Truth be told, that might be exactly what the General wants you to realize. I think he knows what kind of woman you are, Elheim. And what kind's that, you ask? Why, the kind that can't resist sticking her nose in other people's business, of course, and don't you ever go changing. Safe travels, Elheim. I'll see you when you get back. Nice. Alright. Let's see. HUD layout. Oh boy. Cross harbor. Oh, okay. If you're using a controller, right? What about that one? Oh. Everything poisons you. Hey, you better find those blue herbs, huh?
I found some.
Good. Just came by to be like, everything poisons you. That one for now. Ooh. Alliance, status info, focus target, party list, inventory grid, main menu, guild. So many things we can move around here. Experience bar. What about like our target? Is there anything for like our target? I don't even know what question to ask right now. I'm just trying to see what I can do. Target bar? That's our target bar, huh? Here we go. I wish you could like put it into like test mode or something so I can see what it looks like when it's actually doing something. We gotta need to target someone. Ooh, info independently. Target HP. Target status. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I like that actually. So many hotbars. I mean, that's a good thing, but like for right now, it's like I don't need all these. Alliance list. I don't know what that is. Party list makes sense. Your HUD layout on Discord. Okay. I think it's just something I'm gonna keep playing with and tweaking over time, you know, as I see it in action. I don't know if I want my statuses up here. Smith. Okay, I leave the. Okay, let me target. Yeah, I want someone with HP that's not gonna just walk away. I wish I could make that look different, honestly. That's a bit much. Like, as level, name, HP bar, and then there's like all this empty space. Like, what is this like this for? All we can do really is change the size of these things. We'll just have to play around with it. Okay. To the airship landing. Where do we go for the airship landing here? Oh. I need to get you from a crystal, can't we? Hey, Mona. Boom. Target progress bar largest since knowing when enemies are charging attacks is important. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Going into the UI settings and turning enemy HP to percent display. Why? Greetings, madam. This is the reservation counter for passengers traveling to Limsa Lominsa. If I'm not mistaken, you are the Flame General's envoy, Elheim Gilded, yes? Highwind Skyway is at your service. Will you be flying with us today? This isn't lined up right. Yeah, we'll work on it. We'll work on it. Attention all passengers, the airship bound for Limsa Lominsa is about to depart. Please make your way to the boarding gate. Oh, it just adds a percentage. It doesn't get rid of the number. Well, first we met beneath the Sultan tree. I sensed something unusual about her. I wonder if they'll feel the same. Godspeed, Elheim. Godspeed. I'm right, they'll be singing your praises from here to Farreach before long. May you always walk in the light of the crystal. Ah, yes. Straight up like the judges from Final Fantasy Tactics Advance.
But the bitter taste of defeat lingers still. 15 years since the Imperial fleet set course for Mordona, led by the Egrios, mightiest of all vessels. Silver Till lay ripe for the taking, and all of Eorzea would soon be ours. Or so we believed.
This cutscene looks better than the other cutscenes from Reborn right now.
At the heart of which flew the great meat guard Zormer. Though we succeeded in slaying that lord among worms, the dread serpent's defeat was bought at too high a price. Our invincible flagship was lost, and all hope of victory with her. So ended our glorious conquest.
Even the subtitles are like a different font.
Eorzea, a blighted realm, riddled with false gods. Twice now it has eluded the Empire's grasp. For all the destruction it wrought, even Meteor, the great sin, failed to yield us control over it. And for this failure, the realm has sunk deeper into depravity. It is twisted beyond all reckoning, rotten nigh to the core. Yet, it must be saved. Only Garlean rule can bring order to Eorzea. It falls to us to deliver the misguided masses from their ignorance.
We are of one mind, Lord Van Balthar.
Nice.
Senior engineers, please report to Magitech research following scheduled inspection.
Hey, is the Legatus really planning to take another tilt at Eorzea?
Hey? What hole have you been hiding in? We're in the midst of preparing for a new campaign, and a huge one at that.
But I thought the Emperor had given up the Western lands for lost after Cartano. What could the Legatus possibly hope to gain by acting alone?
I sense you harbor certain doubts over the wisdom of the Legatus's plan.
My lord!
Please, call me Nero. Tell me, where were you born?
Othard, my lord.
Alamigo, my lord.
Ah, codename Hummingway, I presume?
I don't know what you...
Silence. Your denials will not change your fate. I assure you, Frumentarium sees all.
Roll Nero.
Clean up
This
this
gunblade.
mess, and do not miss any, or I shall be most displeased.
At once.
I feel like that's the most lasting thing from Final Fantasy VIII. Gunblades. Gunblades are the one thing that stuck around from that game.
Garland, soon you will be made to know the true power of Magitech.
Gunblades are cool. Also love how Garland comes up in like anytime there's a Final Fantasy game that's trying to like allude to older Final Fantasy games like Final Fantasy 9 and 14, like Garland comes back into it. You can actually use one. Which class is that? The tank, you can unlock it at level 60. You must be the envoy from Ul'dah. Welcome to Limso, madam. Admiral Blofuswin awaits your arrival. A tank that uses gunblades, huh? You are the Ul'dah envoy. Welcome to Limso. The Admiral has been looking forward to your arrival. Please proceed to the Crow's Lift at your earliest convenience. It'll take you to the Bulwark Hall. Once there, pray speak with Xanathil. He'll be pleased to show you in the Admiral's command room on the bridge. Let's see, what else can we mess with here? Hey, it's Ilyana, Lightbringer. Greetings, madam, and welcome to our fair city. I would permit me to examine the seal in the missive you carry. Yes, everything seems to be in order. My apologies. We cannot afford to be complacent. You understand? Please step this way.
Enter. So the silver-tongued merchants send an adventurer to speak for them. It appears the Uldans place great faith in you. This way. I bid you welcome. I am Melvib Blufisvin, Admiral of Limso Lominsa, and Commander of the Maelstrom. Now, what news?
So as far as the what do you call them, grand companies or whatever, does it matter at all which one you pick? A memorial service to honor the fallen. Seven hells. Has it been 5 years? 5 years since the Garland Empire sought to wrest Eorzea from our grasp. It was an answer to the imperial threat that the city-states formed the Grand Companies and forged Eorzea alliance anew, but Garlemald was not content to wager on a simple contest of martial might. They had other plans, the Meteor Project. Legatus Nail von Darnus, Hell's Taken, intended to cleanse our realm by snatching the lesser moon, Dalmund, from the heavens and crashing it down upon our heads. Desperate to prevent this lunatic scheme, we marched our forces to Cartonu Flats, where we met the 7th Imperial Legion in battle. Never have I seen a fight like the Battle of Cartonu, and I have seen full many. But though we gave no quarter, spared no one ons of effort, we could not prevent what followed. From inside the shell of Dalmud came a winged nightmare, a dragon from the size of a bloody city. 'Twas the elder primal Bahamut, bent on making an 8th hell of the Eorzea. In the space of a breath, the legions of the Empire were set aflame, while our own armies fared little better. 'Twas as if the whole world was burning. Words cannot well describe the scene. And yet, by some miracle, few among us were spared. Even as I steeled myself for death, a blinding white light enveloped me, robbing me of my senses. When I regained them, the dragon was gone, and the still smoldering land was warped beyond all knowing. Were Archon Louis Sois still with us, he would doubtless shed some light on these unfathomable happenings. Alas, he is not, and I fear we will want for his wisdom in the days to come. For while our nation struggled to recover from the devastation, the beastmen call forth their damned primals to torment us anew. Unless we put aside our differences and rebuild now, our foes will catch us unprepared. And I speak not only of the beastmen. I do not imagine the Empire has forsaken its claim on Eorzea. The Imperials crowd our borders, waiting to strike. Damn it all, we need champions to replace those we lost. But such thoughts are worse than worthless. Time is short, and none will save us, save ourselves. It is the duty of every soul who survived the calamity to work together for the good of Eorzea. And this memorial service may be the very thing to unite us. Aye, Reborn has the right of it. I accept his proposal. Your duty is done here, adventurer. I will see to it that the Flame General receives my reply. You travel next to Gridania, yes? Pray give my regards to the Elder Seedseer. Oh, and tell her the wolf has been sniffing around the stables, a private jest and one in poor taste, but I would have you tell it all the same. Fare you well, Elheim. May the Navigator guide you on your journey. Alright. Just using waiting there to do that, huh? Alright. Back to the airship. We've got other places to visit. I should hit up the crystals while I'm here, honestly. XIV. Man, a lot of people here. Holy crap. Dancer is very flashy. Literally. Part of me wants to try out Arcanist too. I like Arcanist reminded me most of like Warlock from WoW, with like the dots and stuff. But I don't know what Summoner is going to be like. But then that also kind of reminds me of the Warlock from WoW, right? You summon demons, you have dots. Seems very similar. I do like Warlocks. It's odd because its rotation changes every 10 levels. Oh, that's weird. Is that because you get a new summon or something? I feel like to a certain extent, when I decide to start doing all the crafting and gathering, it like behooves you to just do them all because they start requiring each other, you know? You have dots to keep up, abilities that change depending on the pet you have out, and then later levels you rotate through summoning Bahamut, Phoenix, and Bahamut and Phoenix for master damage. They have a 2-minute rotation where they cycle through pets and cooldowns while keeping up dots. Gotcha. Interesting. Is there any like obvious best DPS at high levels, or is it pretty balanced in Final Fantasy XIV? You get lost when you go to Limsa? I feel feel like once you get all the teleporters, you don't need to remember your way around. You just need to remember your way around from the teleport points. Black Mage is top DPS. Nice. Well, that's what I am. That's a happy accident. Alright. That's all of them. I keep hearing Desshire be like, what's that? What is that? Reminds me of like, Nightmare Before Christmas. What's this? Except in this case it's zombies, right? Zombies everywhere? What's this? Gridania, please. Kotaku had an article today that was they finally did it. Fallout 76 is pretty good now. It's like, how long has it been out? Like, but apparently, according to Kotaku, Fallout 76 is okay. You can play it now. It's not a crap game anymore. That's like a thing with games now. Like, they come out and it's like, oh, this game has issues. And then like a year later, everybody's like, okay, well, they patched it a lot, so now it's actually good. Yeah. Maybe they should have waited and released it after it was good. Ah, you must be the envoy from Ul'dah. Welcome to Gridania, man. The Elder Seed Seer awaits your arrival. Greeting, good madam. You are the Ul'dah envoy, are you not? I have received instructions to assist you. Pray make your way to the city proper and identify yourself to the conjurer at Nothka's altar. She will admit you to the Lotus Stand where the Elder Seed Seer awaits. Very well. Potato, potato. The name. His name is Running Joke. That's funny. Crafting site. Crafting art optimizer. That's interesting. So what level would you start crafting if you were going to do crafting? Like, would you, like, would you wait until you leveled up your class all the way and then do crafting for your other classes, or try to level up the crafting along with your class once you beat Heavensward? Is there a reason why you wait till after Heavensward? Is like some kind of new mechanic unlock or something? You unlock a way to level fast? Specifically for crafting or just in general? There's a special crafter-gatherer instance. That's interesting. This is where that guy was, right? Yeah. You get like minions and mounts and stuff here. Cool. Alright, one more Aether right after this, I think. Alright, that's everything here. You're the old envoy. Begging your pardons, man, but might I inspect your missive you bear? Verily, this is the seal of the Supreme Commander of the Immortal Flames. Please come with me.
So you are the Ul'dan envoy. On behalf of our fair nation, I bid you welcome. Please, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Khan Senna, Elder Seed Seer of Gridania, and leader of the Order of the Twin Adder, our nation's grand company. I understand you bear a message from the Flame General.
Yep. A remembrance service for the fallen of Cartano. Pray tell me, adventurer, what do you know of our conflict with the Empire? It would seem my counterparts recounted the tale in some detail, that as well. A message from the Admiral. A wolf has been sniffing around her stables, you say. I see. Well, I shall be pleased to provide her with such counsel as I am able. But first, friend of my friend, I would tell you more of the Garlean threat. For the greater part of its history, Gardemald was not even among the most influential nations in Ilsvard, the northern continent. However, its innovations in the field of magitech, some 50 years past, helped to raise it from the depths of obscurity. Emboldened by this technology, it set about subjugating its neighbors, swiftly absorbing each into its ever-expanding territory, and when all of Ilsvard lay within its grasp, it turned its ravenous gaze upon Eorzea. Yet Gardemald's transformation did not come by virtue of magitech alone. Its success owed much to the consummate leadership of its first and reigning emperor. Solus Zolsgalvus, the man who built an empire in his own lifetime. Yet he has long lived, and after more than 80 winters, it is said that he grows frail, and ever more prone to illness. If rumors are to be believed, the matter of succession has destabilized the imperial court. This would explain the Empire's relative inactivity in recent years, which has granted us much needed time to rebuild. Yet we cannot allow ourselves to become more complacent. The Gardemald still maintains a presence in Eorzea in the form of the 14th Imperial Legion. Commanding this great host is Legatus Gaius von Belsar, the man whose ambitions are well known to us. So long as he breathes Eorzean air, none of us may sleep easy. The calamity wreaked such devastation upon the realm that it is all we could do but to nurse our wounds, never mind to rebuild our defenses. Simply put, we do not have the strength to repel the Empire. Add to our woes, the beast tribes continue to summon their primals, whose very existence is a bane upon the land. Each nation is beset by its own primal problem. None has the resources to look beyond its own borders. The Admiral desires my counsel regarding a brazen wolf. She means to tell me the Empire may soon resume its advance. Though the primals pose an undeniable threat to our survival, the threat posed by the Garleans is still greater. Clearly, each nation can no longer afford to think of only that which occurs within its own borders. A storm gathers upon the horizon. If we are to weather it, we must needs stand united once more. A remembrance service may help to rekindle the spirit of unity which brought the peoples of Eorzea together when at last the Empire threatened our liberty. The Flame Journal was wise to make his proposal, and I wholeheartedly approve of it. The necessary provisions shall be made as a service here in Gridania. Your work here is done, my friend. I shall send my reply to the Flame Journal forthwith. I thank you for coming. May the 12 see you safely home. Alright. You may now make use of the airship routes connecting the three nations. Before you may board an airship, you must pay the requisite fare and gill. I pray your meeting with the Elder Seed Seer went well, my lady envoy. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but do you not deliver a message to the Admiral of Lamensa? While you were there, did you happen to meet Baderon, the proprietor of the Drowning Winch? Gregarious gentleman, always happy to help his fellow man. Well, I'm told that he has a task for a capable adventurer, and I know not what the task entails, but I dare say the Flame General's personal envoy would make a fine candidate. If you're interested in learning more, pray speak with Baderon at his establishment. Right? So we can take airships now. That's useful. I wonder how far we're going to be able to get in Final Fantasy II tomorrow night. We've really picked up some steam as far as the power on our team. I don't think we're quite even like halfway through the game. We have a long way to go. We're probably not going to be able to finish it until Monday. Upper decks. Limsa Lamitsa. Hi, Baderon. Welcome to the Drowning Winch. Sit wherever you like, lass. I'll be with Yenna. Yeah, I'm Baderon. Alright, who's asking? I heard as I've got a job for a capable adventurer, you say. Well, bloody right. Just so fairly warned. Though this ain't no job for the faint of heart. Things are liable to get downright bleeding airy. But if you think you're still interested, let me know and I'll fill you in the details. Thank you for taking the time to help me out. Now, I'm sure you're busy, so I'll come straight to the point. Word has it, some suspicious-looking buggers have been sneaking in and out of Sestasha Seagrot. And I need a trustworthy sort to head up to the North L port and find out who they are and what they're up to. Don't sound like much, I know. But it weren't so long ago the Fishback's pet pirates paid us an unwelcome visit and folk are feeling a bit nervous. If you'd permit me, Master Baderon, I would be happy to elaborate. Well, if it ain't the Chief Yellow Jacket himself, and to what do I owe this rare honor, Commodore Raynor? Come to make sure me patrons are behaving, or are you just thirsty? Neither, in fact. I was informed that you had requested an adventurer to assist in my investigation, and I came to offer what information I could sift from recent reports. Over the course of the past moon, there have been several sightings of an unfamiliar vessel off the coast of Aleport in the vicinity of the Isles of Umbra. This information came to my attention no more than a few weeks after a squad of my own soldiers had completed a routine patrol of the region, the Sestasha Seagrot included. Their search revealed little, save for a family of corals had taken up residence in the caves, nothing to concern us, in short. In light of recent developments, however, it would seem wise to search Sestasha again. But with the Sahagin testing our defenses daily, I'm loath to assign a task to limited forces at my disposal. Our lines are stretched thin as it is. Thus, I sought the services of a competent adventurer I could conduct an investigation in our stead. Any aid you can offer in this matter would be greatly appreciated. Then it's settled. Sestasha is located in western Lanaska. For more detailed instructions on how to reach the place, I suggest you consult Vimilpa. She can be found at the ferry docks in the lower decks. You're the man. Good luck to you, lass. Alright, Sestasha it is. Our first dungeon! Alright. Ooh, we got some more quests here, too. What's this about? Rising to the challenge. We all know how it feels to have one too many, and that's why it's not the fault of our patrons, but for what goes on... That's why I'll not fault our patrons for much of what goes on at our tables. It is too much to ask that they keep their belongings on their person when they leave. It wouldn't bother me so much as half of them didn't show up a week later, ranting and raving as if their drunken heedlessness is somehow my fault. Take this impressive-looking journal right here. As oft used as it seems to be, I've no doubt the owner is tearing up and searching our town for this prized possession. Stranger as he was, a swarthy Rogadan who enjoyed his drinks seemed to be getting on well with our regulars. Quintinane, perhaps you could still catch up with him and spare me the headache. I offer you a free drink, but last time I did that, Battaron docked my wages. Okay. Yeah, shit sounds good, Minus. Got a bunch of these plus sign quests around here. Rumors of a dangerous madman about town have... The names around here are so hard to read. Abilities. You're either a brave woman or a fool, friend, to be wandering the streets of Limsa today with the slasher of Fisherman's Bottom on the loose. You've not heard, there's a madman about. Why, it said he brandished his blades so long and sharp they could gut a whale. No one's seen any blood yet, but he hasn't stopped the rumors from sending shivers up the spines of every alehouse in town. That you're still standing before me tells me you're not scaring easily as the rest. Perhaps you could assist in the investigation. To start with, you might want to look into that scream I just heard outside. Have I seen who? Look, just because I spend more nights at the winch than in my own home doesn't mean I'm mates with every sod who comes stumbling through the doors. Wait a minute, that bloody book. Why didn't you say so sooner? The tight-arsed bastard drained 20 flagons and probably passed out, leaving yours truly to foot the bill. Said he was headed for Aleport. Aye, where else, the scurvy sop? The Mia willing. He's still stranded at the ferry docks, though gods know I won't help me get the gill back. Okay. Two quests there. This one. There. Oh, this is the guy that lets you change your appearance, right? What are you waiting for? That's him, the slasher. Apprehend him, toss him into the jail, throw away the key, or gut him, or feed his lifeless body to the sharks for all I care. Just do something. Whoa, woe is me. Whatever did I do to deserve this cruel fate? For 6 moons, I saved every last... Basically, he has scissors. He's gonna do their hair. Let's just... I doubt you. It's kind of like a joke quest. Yeah, we gotta talk to people all around town to find out about him, I guess. Beatrix Kiddo, nice. The main character from Kill Bill. Carpenter's Guild and the Alchemist Guild. Let's start this one going. Here's your book. What does this unlock? Challenge log. Okay, that gives you the challenge log. Cool. Hear about the Commodore Rainer's investigation, you'll want to board the ferry bound for Ailport. Once you arrive in Western Lanaska, though, you'll pay a visit to the Hall of Novice before you blunder into Sestasha. I've already done the Novice stuff, so I think we're fine. For the leaves. Does still want me to go to the Hall of Novice. Hopefully not. Is there gonna be like a new set of novice things for doing dungeons? We already did the DPS thing. Beacon. Lovely. Where do we have to take him? Up there, okay. That's what the other part was for, showing his target. I learned about that before. Alright. Frickin' Beacon quest, man. It just keeps coming up. Beacon. Level 20. Magic and Mend. No new trait, huh? Ooh. We got 2 spots now. As you must be an adventurer of whom the Yellow Jacket sent word. I hear you're brave. This is Sasha. Yep. Blah, blah, blah. Novice area. Alright. The Stasha now available. Now accessible. Alright, there's no reason to really stick around here. We can do it from the duty finder, right? Yeah. Boom. First dungeon. Oh, high enough level to do the next thaumaturge quest now, too. We got a trait. What was the trait thing? Magic and Mend. Increase the base action damage and HP restoration by 10%. Allows for the stacking of a second Astral Fire and Umbral Ice. Yes. Next one's at level 28. Next action is 26 for Thunder 2. Another AoE. Attack. Lucid Dreaming for more HP back, MP back, Sure Cast, not be interrupted, nice. That was quick. I guess when you bring along your own tank and everything, it's just instant, huh? I don't think there's much to worry about knowing what to do in this one, honestly. Oh yeah, sorry, you only have 4 people instead of 5, huh? Oh, since we're in Sastasha, we're lowered down to level 18, so I don't have my second pip on the Astral Fire thing anymore. Sad face. Like, should I do like fire too if there's 3 or more people? Or like, I wonder how to determine that. I guess like AoE, yeah. Just until I can't. These things are all really weak, huh? Things die too fast. I target something and then like it's dead before my spell finishes, so nothing happens. It's basically not worth my time to target any of the weak, well, really weak guys because I literally can't hit them fast enough. My spells don't cast very fast. I guess I could use that instant cast ability that I can do like once a minute or whatever. The cooldowns to display like an actual like number instead of just a little pie wedge. Okay. It's literally like the same item I'm wearing with a different name. Yeah, I just agreed. Like, we have at least one random person in here. I'm not gonna hit need on something I don't really need. He might need it. You know? I don't know. What is he even? He's a... What kind of caster? Of course. Did I return to the start, or do we have like a revive? Oh, there's a shortcut this way. It's gonna take some getting used to doing the Black Mage. Just like how long it takes to cast all the spells. Sahagin! Who would have thunk it? Level up! Nice. Thanks for the help, guys. We go back to the drowning winch now. Oh, I got new staff. Cool. Did I get that in there? Yeah. Nice. You always get one piece of equipment at the end of the dungeon? Well, that's nice. Man, it's gonna take some getting used to doing a Black Mage in a dungeon though. Like, all the trash packs, every time we're fighting one, I'm like, oh. I'm constantly like, not quite. Like, I like, target this guy, start to cast, okay, he's pretty much dead. Target this, it takes so long to cast a spell. You're killing me. Not sure how you feel about playing tank. Maybe I should play tank. I used to play tank all the time. Like, the two reasons I was against playing tank is, one, I don't know the dungeons, but I can figure them out. And two, was, I didn't have people to play with. But if I got you guys to, you know, give me a half-decent party members, that's a different story. Maybe I should go Paladin. Or I don't know which tank I should do, but maybe I should do a tank. I'm probably not a very good black mage. I'll probably be a better tank. Aye, such a task was on the books. Was mined. I'm afraid that ship's already sailed, friend. Ah, might you be the adventurer who accepted the job of investigating Sostasha? It would seem the ship has not only sailed, but now returns to harbor, none the worse for its voyage. A pity. We dragged our boots too long on this one. No matter, the wheel will turn and our chance will come. You're right, of course. There shall be no rest till we have attained our lofty goal, though it may lofty though it may be. Not a wink of sleep, great leader. If I switch to tank, you'll go Dragoon? Our aim, lest you wonder, is to perform such feats of heroism as will earn us a place in the songs of every alehouse in Eorzea. We mean to write a legend which will inspire adventurers as yet unborn to follow our shining example. Do you have such a goal? Large or small, it matters not. Only a star to reach, for you will reach higher. Purpose can sustain you through times of hardship. Keep eye on the prize, and all obstacles will be overcome in time. You would not think to stride upon a battle unclad, would you? Well, our goals are arms and armor to the spirit. I wish you fortune in your endeavors, milady. This guy's full of words, man. Let you know, because if we want to switch up, we should do it ASAP so we can keep main story quest for the new class. True. Back then, are you? Well, with your limbs and a tail to tell, I'll wager. Fishbacks. There was a thinking you'd only have to crack a pirate's skull or 3. 7 hells. You turn your back on your 5 bloody minutes and a scaly bastard set up shop on your bleeding doorstep. Still, sounds like you left them in pieces, so I don't suppose they'll be carrying out whatever mischief they were planning. Unless they were planning on feeding themselves to Fauna Sostasha, of course. Any road. All's well that ends well. On behalf of Limsa, I thank you for shedding some light on the mystery. You've lived up to your reputation, and I couldn't ask for no more than that. Now, I'll bet you're dying for a rest, but in case you're not, I was wondering if you might be interested in taking on another job. Just so happens I've had a request from our sister guild in Gridania, see? Seems as the forest folks are needing an adventurer who can get some things done. For them to ask for help like this, you can bet the task won't be no skip through the sunny glade, but after the way you dealt with the fishback infestation, I doubt you'll be anything you can't handle. Give us a shout when you're ready, and I'll lay it out for you. Alright. So if I were to switch to tank, which tank class do you think would be the best one to do? I'm about to hit level 22 on Black Mage, or Thaumaturge, but you know, eventually Black Mage. Paladin or Warrior? That's pretty much it, huh? Yeah, I don't have the other ones unlocked, yeah. Not sure. Oh, is Gunbreaker the one with the gun blade? That makes sense. Dark Knight. When do you get Dark Knight? Dark Knight's Heavensward. Alright, well... So, Paladin or Warrior? I did Paladin the other time I played Final Fantasy way back in the day. Maybe I should do Warrior. Although, they probably both changed. Marauder's right here. Oh there, adventurer. Curious about the Marauders Guild, are you? Any axe worth bleeding needs 2 hands to haft the needs 2 hands on the haft and has a blade what can chop clean through a galley's mast. That's the kind of weapon our members train up to use with deceptive swiftness and brutal force. I don't know, maybe. I could see tank. I played a tank for a long time in WoW, so I'm sure I could do it. I don't know I don't know which tank, but I guess I gotta pick. I'm thinking maybe Dark Knight once I get up to it. Well then, here's a bit of guild history, so you know what you're getting into. It all started with ships, you see. What have ships got to do with axes, you ask? Well, building them would be pretty bloody difficult without a sturdy tool to lop down a tree for timber. The thing I worry about is when we get to like raids and stuff, you know, like if I don't know the mechanics of a fight, that could be tough as a tank. Like as a DPS, you can just kind of wing it generally, right? As a tank, not so much. Since only the navigator herself knows what ship will run afoul of a storm or worse, it makes sense for the crew's carpenter to carry an axe on board. But any tools, talking about pirates and ship people and axes and marauders. After the Gilded Accord was signed, though, the Marauders Guild was never the same. It was taken over, restructured, and purged of its pirate elements, and has been reborn as an institution dedicated to naught but teaching of the axe fighting. Members of this Marauders Guild were no greed-driven cutthroats neither, warriors who sought to use their martial prowess for the good of society. Still keen, are you? Think it over. Let me know what you decide to join our ranks. You can off-tank an 8-man and 24-man raids are pretty easy. Oh, let's try it. Marauders Guild it is. I'm thinking I'm probably actually want to do like Gunbreaker or Dark Knight, but I can't yet, so I'll just go with this one because it's here. Alright then, all that he's doing now is to speak with the Axe Master himself. Sound simple? I've seen folks slink out the door rather than put themselves in the path of unnerving glare. That bloke right there in the middle of the room, Wearing Zone's his name. Put some steel on your spine and look him straight in the eye when you talk to him, lass. Good fortune you. I could stick with Black Mage until then too. That's true. Nobody notices you slacking in alliance raids? What? I'm okay with it when I'm questing. It's when I'm in a dungeon, I'm like, oh my god, I take to like cast a spell like 5 minutes ahead of time. I'm just not good at it. It's not that I'm not enjoying it. I am enjoying it. I need practice. Yes, I am Wernzone. Axe Master, they call me. Not the most imaginative of titles, I agree, but one should not underestimate the value of directness. I welcome your interest in our guild. The art of the marauder is used to rend, to cleave, and to destroy. It's not our way to simply outfight our adversaries. We seek to overwhelm them. A marauder must be the most powerful and enduring presence in the battlefield. We must account for the most enemies defeated. Our role in combat is to be that of a steel whirlwind, dealing death and destruction without equal. No doubt the question has already been put to you by Blathada. But once more shall I challenge your commitment. Are you prepared for the bloody carnage that awaits the initiate of the Marauders Guild? Very well. Your name. Attend me well then, Elheim. Hold fast to this moment of dedication. The path of the Marauder is a jagged and perilous one, and the blood that spills at your feet ofttimes will be your own. I present to you this axe as a symbol of your commitment. Your first lesson shall be how to hold it. Now grip the haft in both hands and set yourself in a solid stance. Ah, you cut a striking figure, Elheim, but heroic posing is unlikely to cut a swath through your enemies. You stand now as a student of the axe. Let us waste no time in testing the edge of your chosen weapon. You shall wade straightway into combat as befits a novice of our discipline. Go forth and slay the bleeding scurry and crawling pests that plague the outskirts of Limsa Lominsa. Lost lambs, wharf rats, and little ladybugs will be your piteous adversaries. Return to me once 3 of each creature has fallen to your blade. This one's usually one you can do alongside it, you know? Alright. Welcome to Limsa Lominsa. If there's aught you'd like to know, feel free to... You got something for me to say? A missing persons list. I'm not sure I follow. Thanks for bringing the list. I'm sure to memorize these names and any of the missing persons reappear. You can count on me to spot them. Cool. A little bit of XP. Cool. Alright, we need to head out. The middle of Nazca. All right. I have one ability. I wonder what we'll do. Oh. Hey, don't need to worry about MP. Whole new world. Oh, these guys are from a hunter's log too. That's super convenient. So are they. I don't think I have any food. Didn't it only give you like 5% or something? Ready to go back to the Marauders Guild. I'd like to be able to hit level 5 when we get there, though. Any more? Lower, middle, B cloud. Tiny Mandragora, bogeys. Okay. Already level 3. Interesting enough, I only have one ability still. Level 4 for Mayhem, huh? Alright. That level 4 guy. There's B clouds right there. I thought you get a chain bonus too, I forgot about that. Ooh, combos. Okay. God, we kill things so easily. We don't have to worry about MP. We attack fast. Beautiful. Loving it. I can just grind things. We can find another B cloud for our hunter's log. Ooh, there's the tiny mandragoras too. Convenient. This class takes a lot less thought than the Black Mage. I don't gotta worry about like swapping between ice and fire or having MP. I just smack things. Couldn't be easier. There's the B cloud right there. And we're high enough level to go do our next Marauder quest too. Perfect. I need to set my home point to this town if I'm gonna be doing Marauder. Bogeys are in Summerfort, which is like up there, isn't it? No, it's right here. Where are bogeys? And Wounded Aurochs. And Grounded Raiders. All of them around here somewhere. Probably they're over by this thing. Extra earrings are cheating. Cheating in a good way. Cheating in a I'll be ready soon kind of way. These guys are level 9, but these guys are helping. I need the raiders, not the pirates. Come on, man. There we go. I do so much damage. Even to a guy that's almost double my level. He doesn't hurt me at all either. What's that about? These fights should not be this easy when he's almost twice my level. Just try and aggro this raider. Oh, I got two. Oh, I had the named one. Level 11 captain. That might be an issue. If I can kill the raider and run, maybe. Yeah, my health is actually going down this time. My plan's gonna work though. Boom. Level up. We got a new ability. Berserk. Guarantees that all attacks are crits and direct hits. Nice. For 10 seconds. Alright, we should head back and get the Marauder quest. We can find the bogies and stuff later. I feel like they were like over here somewhere. Maybe I'm wrong. Alright. Where am I going? Yeah, I'm going the right way. It's right here. Okay. Oh, how much is it to... No, I don't want to turn. How much is it to teleport? 33. I'll just walk. No, I have plenty of money. That's nothing now. Okay, let's just teleport. Time is more valuable than gil. Hey, Mona. What you trying to get me? Oh, fish. Lots of fish. Grassy butt. 3% XP for 30 minutes. Boom. On that. Alright, where is this? I think quest me right here? What? Is there another floor to this place? There is, isn't there? Yeah, there is. Actions is P. Next one's at level 10. We get overpower. Delivers an attack with potency to all enemies in a cone before you. Nice. A pretty simple class. Gotta get back out the middle. Thanks for the food, Mono. Bless you. Alright. Direct hit rate, vitality, and skill speed too. Nice. Alright, so we gotta hit some rocks. E2 stacks for an hour? Cool. Good to know. Doing some more. Quite the quest. Go beat up some rocks. That was the whole quest? Really? Back to the Marauders Guild. I should have, I need to set my home point. Oh, am I running this way for? No, I'm going the right way. I need to go to the Aether Crystal. Yeah. Yeah, 3 on that. Oh, 3 is the bar. What did I do for? Okay. There you go, lower Lanaska. Like, do this so we can use return. And for lower, let's see, we got a couple different guys. Eyes open. Head south. Plus quest over there. This one's a leave one, but I don't know what this one is. Need these guys for log. Cooldown on this. And half. We should use it a lot. Alright, buddy. You know, we need like a charge ability. That'd be nice. Close the distance. Alright, we got Megalo Crab Nest. So nobody's home. They knew you were coming. Aid, I need aid. My grandson, then snippers have got him. Damn. Alright, let's go save the kid. Dressed up like Squall. Oh, I gotta leave the party. They're really menacing for like low-level enemies. You shall not pass. The kid looks up, and there I stand with the weakest axe in the game. The trainee axe they give you to teach you how to hold an axe. I see there's 3 more of them, yeah, on the enemy list over there. What I wouldn't give for that AoE ability we're apparently getting at level 10, right? It's a cone in front of you, it would have been perfect. Another 3 of them coming. You can see them on the mini-map. Yeah, they're there. Want to buy AoE. Someone's healing me. It's like unlosable here. As soon as you kill the little one, suddenly he just chunks down the big one. This fight's been going on so long, Berserk's almost back up again. Yeah, that guy hits like a truck. I mean, for this level. Alright, we saved the kid. Maybe you shouldn't take your kid out playing where there's literal monsters just everywhere. Like every 5 feet, it's a pack of monsters. You know, maybe don't take the kid out there to play. Like, oh my god, he wandered off into monsters. Well, who could have thought that would happen? Man, if only that was, like, foreseeable. It could have been avoided. There's no way we could have known. Here we go. More things I need to kill. That would be a good time to charge. Charge right across to this guy. While the buff's still up. Middle, middle, middle. So all the rest of them are in middle. Let's see what this plus sign quest is. And the names in this country are like so, I don't know, like Welsh or something. Like they're so, I don't know how you pronounce them. Is the player housing, right? Just finished the quest. Yeah, I'm good. You want to get a house in there? I don't know about player housing yet. We'll figure that out later. Once we've, you know, established ourselves in the game, right? Gotcha. Alright. Let's return. We're still a couple levels off of getting the next quest. And finish up the Hunter's challenge, and I'll probably get most of the way there, maybe. New axe, very good. And we got armor. Doesn't overly matter, was it? Let's just get the chest piece, I guess. Yeah, so we gotta get up another 2 levels, basically. Middle, right? We're very powerful. We just gotta track down these monsters. So, Summerford, Freemalm Bend. Freemalm Bend's farther up, right? That's like, yeah, it's up here. But Summerford's bottom part. So, Bogies and Wounded Aurochs are down here somewhere. I think Wounded Aurochs were in like, I think they're in this spot right here with the circle, if I remember right. I remember having trouble finding them on another character. Let's go there first. At least we have a lead on that one. I don't remember where the bogies are. It works. So much easier to get out of spots on the ground when you don't have to worry about charging up an ability. I'm gonna go move. Okay, I'll just move while I'm doing this. I don't have to stop what I'm doing. I can just keep attacking. I can move constantly, you know? One done. We got the bogies and the megalocrabs. Rampart. Reduces damage taken. Okay, so we got a defensive button here. Last 20 seconds. Recast a minute and 30. Alright. We got a little defensive cooldown. Pretty strong, actually. 20%. It's not bad. How much we get for killing him in Dragra? We're at 1377 after we kill him. Yeah, we could just grind it if we needed to. We gotta find those bogeys though. We'll kill as we walk around. Yeah, I only have 2 things left in the hunting log. And I don't know. Where are the bogeys at? My nose. Oh, you got me. Yeah, the earrings help a ton, for sure. In fact, they help about, 30%. If you had to put a number on it, I would say 30%. A level 50 hangout over there? Interesting. I found some goblins. I don't actually need to kill any of them, though. Just wandering around looking for this one type of enemy. It's gonna be in some weird nook somewhere that just hangs out. Hey, Shadow. How far did you get in Resident Evil before she stopped tonight? I heard her calling it a night. You may think you're level 12, but I think you're dead. This is how powerful we are right now. 50% higher level than us. Not even a challenge. She's right before getting into the underground science facility. Nice. So she'll probably beat it tomorrow. Look at this. This thing is 4 levels higher than me. And I'm only level 8. So I mean, it's literally 50% higher level than me. Barely scratches me. I wonder how much XP it gives though. Let's see, we have 3,068. Gives over 300 XP. Congrats.
Got my Indiana Jones on tonight.
You're Indiana Jones, huh?
Yeah, except for I got smushed by that boulder 2 times.
You get smushed by the boulder?
Yeah.
Twice. That's cool.
The first time meant I had to go backtrack and I said,
This one's 17. Surely we couldn't just kill that one. Ooh, 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 they're down here. That's where they're at. They're down here. There is a little pin on the map, to be fair. I should have checked all the pins. This is where they're at, though. Alright, bogeys. So the last one is the Megala Crabs, which are going to be up in 3 Mom Blend. Interesting looking Marauder with our black mage hat on. Our red mage hat on, I guess.
so what's level is your character?
Well, I got it to like 22 thaumaturge, 21, 22, somewhere there. And then I was like, you know what? I should be a tank. So now I'm making a marauder so he can become a warrior.
Oh.
And he is about to hit level 9. I gotta catch him back up to like 20 and start doing the main quest with him. Or technically, main quest I'm on. What level do you have to be for it? I don't even know.
This is still the character you made last night?
It's the same character, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I gotta get to 15? Even better.
White mage, well, conjurer. And be white mage.
Perfect. I'm a tank, you're a healer. Works out. I mean, Thursday nights I'll be playing while you're streaming. Wednesday nights, up to you. I don't know if you're gonna have time or not. These guys are freaking 13. I don't know. This character's so strong, or these enemies are so weak. I don't know which.
Well, you boys have them.
Alright, well, finishing the Hunter's Log got us a little bit over 9. So we have to grind out another 6,700 or so XP, or go find some more quests. I'm not sure which would be faster, honestly. Doing Fates. Yeah, Fates probably makes the most sense. But you know what? That is a problem for future Jay. I will have to figure that out next week, because this is probably a good stopping point. We finished the Hunter's Log before we start just grinding. We've only got 10 minutes left of the stream, so this is a pretty good place to stop. Thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for all your help, Bushu and Minus, and Final Fantasy XIV. We'll be getting back to Final Fantasy XIV next Wednesday. We're going to be doing Final Fantasy XIV every Wednesday, every Thursday. But we will be getting back to Final Fantasy II tomorrow night. And we're going to have an extra long stream tomorrow night because there's not going to be a stream on Saturday because I'm going to be busy Saturday night. So, tomorrow night we will try and get as much of Final Fantasy II done as we can. I don't think we're going to be able to beat it. We'll probably end up beating it on Monday. But we'll see what happens. So thanks for watching, guys. And I will see you guys next time. Bye.